ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Husker football head coach Matt Rule said that Malachi Coleman, Jaden Doss, and Jalen Lloyd are ready to make an impact against Northwestern.
Great week of practice, great really 2 weeks, and well, they're ready to go. I mean, there's I know this. I mean, they might be young, right? But they're as fast as any group of receivers in the country. So not very often you have 10-3, 10-4 guys out there.
Rule said he wants his team to play with the same grit the Wildcats play with.
I want our team to be just like Northwestern team is. Like, I want us fighting every week for each other and for what we want, not for the things that come with winning, but to win and be a good football team. So you need to play teams like Northwestern that are doing the same thing, because it's a barometer in your soul of, hey, how tough are we?
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh are at Lucky Bucket right in front of giant tanks.
Yeah.
Nice.
How'd you like our tanks?
I love your tanks.
What kind of beer are in these ones? Do we know? Have we asked?
I haven't.
Well, we need to find out.
Just pop one of those little holes open and you'll find out.
Yeah, John, just take it. Just see what happens. For S's and G's.
Straight from the spigot.
I don't think it's connected to anything, so it might be just for show. For now. We'll ask.
They wouldn't have a giant tank for show.
Well, but like the major productions in the back.
Oh, well, maybe it is. You guys are in the front? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we're right inside the front door here, just off of Centennial, right?
Yes.
I always get the words confused. It's south of 120th and Giles.
There you go. Yeah.
That's the easiest way. You
That's
just
how
come
I would
straight
describe
south
it,
on 120th off of Giles.
Yeah.
And you'll run into us off of Centennial.
Yeah, you going to stop by Happer for a one beer Friday?
Maybe. It's kind of out there a little bit, but yeah, maybe I will.
Just pretend that you're coming to, the baseball park over here and stop by.
That's true. It's pretty close. If you are coming from the neighborhood of the baseball park, turn north on 114th.
Yeah.
And then
come see us.
I could think to myself as I'm driving over there, wow, baseball. Wow.
Baseball.
Wow, baseball.
How about these teams that were down in the series winning the games? After all the series where the teams that were winning the series just kept winning the games.
Interesting observation, Josh. Yes.
Yeah.
The Astros are just for some reason horrible at home this year and really good on the road, and so that one's not particularly surprising. And I don't know, the Phillies weren't going to sweep, but maybe they were. But yeah,
gentleman's sweep, perhaps.
Maybe a gentleman's sweep because they're certainly better than the Arizona Diamondbacks, Josh.
Yes.
Remember 2001?
So they weren't yesterday.
No, they were not.
3 hits.
That's not very many.
I mean, they went from like all the hits to 3 hits.
Yeah, you want to have more than 3 usually.
Usually.
That's kind of my breakdown. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but that's my breakdown, Happer.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think you're onto something there.
All right, cool.
You guys ready to talk some football? Are you guys ready to talk some spying on teams?
Yeah, I don't know if we got out all of our takes yesterday.
Well, there's more. That's the problem.
Yeah, guys are getting suspended now. They're troops, they're former troops. Are we going to disrespect the former troop?
Oh, you might have to. He's getting thrown under the bus
cheater.
for this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, John disappeared. Hi, John.
Did you see the things he was like putting in his LinkedIn? He like put it in his LinkedIn page that he's
basically a cheater.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm really good at cheating at things.
It was
thanks,
cheater
LinkedIn.
for hire, basically, is what he put in his LinkedIn page. And then Jim Harbaugh was like, hell yes, sign me up for this guy.
Yeah, very, very interesting program. I thought that the revelation this week, too, that Harbaugh is nearing perhaps an agreement on a new contract. I thought that was a lovely piece of intel that is attached to all of this. Like you could tell me, and John, you might have done this for your hot take market at some point in time, but like if you guaranteed this was Harbaugh's last year in Michigan, like totally guaranteed it, I would not be shocked at all. That we're watching the final, 5 regular season games, a Big Ten championship, and maybe a couple playoff games. That would not shock me one iota.
Me neither.
It would not shock me at all.
I said a couple weeks ago, I thought there might be an opportunity for Harbaugh with the New England Patriots, and that if there was ever an opportunity, because I don't think Harbaugh wants to come back to the NFL with just anybody. I think it has to be a franchise that has had success, and is committed to winning.
I think it's a franchise. I think it's got to be a franchise that gives him complete and total reigns over everything.
And that's the other thing. And what did,
so not the Cowboys. Then.
And so exactly,
definitely
not the Cowboys. But
the Chargers.
That's what Belichick has in New England. And would Robert Kraft, who just wants one more title before he dies,
would he give all of that to him?
I think so.
I think the Chargers probably would. You know who I heard today as a team to not watch out for, even though he played for them, is the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
You know why? Because Kevin Warren is there.
Kevin Warren would not like to give up the control.
Yes, and he would not want to hire Jim Harbaugh. So,
and Jim Harbaugh is familiar with the Bears, and the same family that was owning the Bears when he was playing there is still owning them, and they are even more dysfunctional. So I think the Bears would be one of the last places Harbaugh would want to go.
Yeah, indeed. Probably for the best.
That was the one that people were drawing conclusions to go to already. Though.
Yeah,
but it would strictly be a nostalgia thing.
Yes.
I don't think it would be hey, I can do really great things here because, again,
and that's the thing
that
he's
organization
going to want
is
to
just,
do.
Yeah.
He is going to want to have immediate success as well. And that's why I do think that the Chargers would be perhaps the best fit. I know that they're in the same division as Patrick Mahomes, but in terms of the roster build, a young quarterback. So, like, you could start there, a young
everybody's favorite quarterback, Justin
everyone
Herbert.
loves him except for the crossover. But, I mean, I think that would be a solid base to kind of build with. Not to mention, I mean, you look at former first-round draft picks that maybe people had viewed as lesser than they were when they came in. He took over the 49ers when Alex Smith was an afterthought, and he made him a very serviceable quarterback who ended up getting multiple contracts moving forward. So I think Herbert would be viewed in a much better light by old Jim.
Let me give you another coach that I wouldn't be surprised walked away at the end of this year. Also in the Big Ten, Kirk Ferentz. They have gone, like, I think they love this. I think they are very much enjoying the idea that they are not scoring any points. They're doing it exactly the way that they've always done it, and they're going to end up winning 10 or 11 games this year, going to the Big Ten championship game, and, whatever happens after that is
they'll probably get a New Year's Six bowl game.
They'll probably get a New Year's Six bowl game.
If they finish in the way, especially if they finish 11-1,
and they won't,
even if
finish,
they lost by 70 points,
and they won't get anywhere near 325 points this year. They won't even sniff it. And if they still choose to fire Brian Ferentz, maybe Kirk's just like, yeah, I did, like, this way works. You're still going to fire everybody? Cool. I'm out too. Yeah. I think they take a lot of pride in what they're doing right now, and they are really enjoying just sticking at everybody's faces.
I think so too.
I would think, you know what though? I don't know, even if Iowa finishes 11-1 and then gets clobbered in Indianapolis, I don't know if they make a New Year's Six bowl.
You don't think so? It's
Well,
not a guarantee, I guess.
I don't
is how you
know.
would
I don't know if
phrase it.
they'd be ranked high enough.
Yeah, what do you have to be ranked high enough? What is
Well,
the
I
New
mean, it's now it's not strictly based on rankings, right? Or is it? Can the Bulls pick whoever they want, or do they have to pick within the top?
It's a good question. I'm trying to remember.
Because I don't remember the process.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
But either way, I don't know if Iowa would get picked because there may be enough quality teams that also have 2 losses.
Yeah,
that would be like, oh no, we'd much rather.
Well, you know,
but
here's
they would
what
have
would
lost
help
to
them.
Penn State and whoever in the Big Ten championship game. Like those are 2.
Right, but if they lost really bad, and remember the narrative around Iowa is, you know,
sure,
what we've been talking about. It's oh my God, everyone's holding their nose watching this team.
Well, how would coaches view them though? Given that it is a lot of, you know, former coaches that are in that selection room, would they give them a bit more respect for winning in this way? You know, versus like how like the analytics will.
Well, it's not all ex-coaches though.
No, that's true. I'm just wondering how they would view them.
I don't
By
know.
the way, it would probably help them if there were 2 teams from the conference that made it to the playoff, because then that would just slide everything up a spot.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
Again, I guess I apologize. I don't remember how the rest of the bowls get made out.
Yeah,
I know the other conference champions get in.
Yes,
but how the at-larges work,
I think there's a couple of them that have like dedicated ties, right, that are outside the playoffs, so they would have to take the next Big Ten team. Now, I don't even know. This goes to show you, I don't even know which games are the playoff this year.
It's the Sugar and the Rose. This is back to kind of the original iteration, and so the playoff games this year will be on New Year's Day, and so in theory, you will have a Pac-12, a Big Ten, and an SEC. Because those are and the Big 12 is locked in, right, to the Sugar. Like Happer, there's a real world where the 4 playoff teams are all from those bowl games, and then everybody else, like the second place teams, kind of slide on in from each of those leagues into the other New Year's Six games.
Yeah. So how it's listed, I'm just looking at the bowl projections right now for CBS. So they have their 4 playoff teams, and one of them is a Big Ten team in Michigan.
Okay.
And then they have Fiesta at large versus at large, Orange, ACC versus SEC / Big Ten / Notre Dame. I don't even know what that means. And then the other 2 are at large versus at large. So basically what we're looking at is at large. They could just select whoever they want to inside of the top whatever. So I would assume.
But Josh is right though. If 2 Big Ten teams got in, because the Rose Bowl still has the Big Ten tie, it would slide everyone up a notch.
Yeah.
Now, then the question would be, do you take the Eastern Division team that doesn't survive the 3-way? So let's just say Penn State for argument's sake.
Sure.
Or do you take Iowa?
Well, yeah, and so here's what the Big Ten, or here's what the Athletic, here's what they did. So they had Michigan in the playoff as the 1 seed. And then making New Year's Six bowl games, they had Ohio State in the orange. They had Penn State as an at-large. So they had Ohio State taking the guaranteed berth.
Yes.
Because the guaranteed berth this year is the Orange Bowl, potentially, for the
Big
Ten.
Right.
Yes.
And then they had Penn State as an at-large. And then they had Iowa in the Citrus Bowl as the Big Ten number 2 team. So
which is
the
not
second best after the New Year's Six Bowl. So maybe, John might be right. And they had Iowa, Tennessee, which would be a defensive slugfest because Tennessee's offense is nowhere near as good as it was a year ago. So there you go.
Yeah, so they would take a big. I mean, they wouldn't have to take a Big Ten team no matter what because you have already satisfied your your obligations of putting a Big Ten team in the New Year's Six.
Yeah, I think the best thing that could happen if you're not wanting Iowa in New Year's Six Bowl is that the conference only gets 1 team in the playoff, and then the other 2 of the Holy Triumvirate make it to a New Year's Six Bowl, and then Iowa would not.
Or it's just 1 and. There's enough traffic in there, and because the ACC could have 3 teams with 1 or 2
Florida
losses.
State, North Carolina.
You gotta what if either Oklahoma or Texas get in?
Yeah,
to the playoff.
Then they're both going to New Year's 6 games.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Pac-12 as well, and what's going to happen with that whole conference, and then whoever loses the Pac-12.
This much is certain: Iowa's going to be playing in a game probably on New Year's Day in Florida against Kentucky.
Yes, and winning 21-0 like they did a year ago. The under will hit.
Oh yeah.
Here's a prediction for you with Iowa. I think the Nebraska total is going to be in the 20s. I think the Nebraska total, and I think the Northwestern
Iowa
total. Yes, I think that game is going to be 29.5. Because this
Does
weekend,
Vegas value Minnesota's offense better than Nebraska's?
I think so.
Well, that's
not
your
arguing.
answer.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, because if the answer is yes, then my argument holds some water. If the answer is no, then my argument would be proven wrong.
Man.
Josh,
But
what
you
if
get some
things come
Honestly, it
together, Josh? What if Heinrich
Yeah.
Haarberg starts throwing touchdowns all around the yard?
That'd be cool. That'd be fun to watch. The touchdown man.
You
I don't
have
think
to
it's happening though.
you have to account for the potential that Heinrich Haarberg becomes the touchdown man.
You do. That's what you'll be calling him on Overreaction tomorrow. Well, somebody will.
How
be
many
calling
touchdown
him.
passes does he have? 3?
It's 4, right? Isn't it 4? 4 touchdown passes
I don't
for
have
old,
his stats.
for old Double H.
Because I know Jeff
For
Sims is
not
still
Mr.
sitting on
H.
1,
Mr. H is his father,
but it's a very important one.
Mr. Haarberg.
That's Mr. Haarberg.
Mr. Haarberg. What's the number, John? Do you have the number?
I'm looking it up.
I'm
right
looking
now.
for it too. Why don't they?
Yeah,
have
I'm pretty sure.
Joey
it's 4.
says
Man,
4. Joey says 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 4.
yeah.
So it's Heinrich Haarberg 4, Jeff Sims 1. Nebraska still has more interceptions than touchdowns.
Jess says we could call him Mr. Touchdown.
Mr. Touchdown Nebraska. Mr.
Mr.
Touchdown
Touchdown.
USA.
There used to be Touchdown Tommy. Heinrich Haarberg could be Mr. Touchdown. I like it.
That's
like
a great
that idea.
nickname. We were looking for a nickname for Heinrich Haarberg outside of HH. Mr.
Yeah,
Touchdown is a
Yeah,
lot
I don't
better.
like HH very much.
A lot of people are doing HH, Josh.
I
Yeah,
do
a
in
lot of
shorthand
problematic
on my
people.
prep sheet, but that's only because, I know what it means, but I don't refer to it in public that way.
Yeah,
I'm
for the
looking
best,
back.
I think.
I'm looking back through the annals
Of
of the last
Mr.
was it
Touchdowns?
13 years. The lowest. What is the lowest number of touchdown passes thrown in a non-COVID year since 2009?
by the Nebraska,
By a Nebraska
starting
quarterback?
quarterback.
by Nebraska, period.
Oh, as a team.
Nebraska. Oh, the team.
It had to have come during a frost year, right? They didn't throw touchdowns during that time.
So you said a non-COVID year?
Non-COVID.
I would guess 2019. That was a pretty bad year.
Very good, Josh.
Yes, let's go.
12.
Oh my gosh.
Adrian
Wow.
had 10 and Luke had 2.
Friend of the station, Adrian Martinez.
That's right.
So,
Yep.
so that means that Heinrich Haarberg has to average a little more than 1 touchdown pass. Heinrich Haarberg or Jeff Sims has to average more than 1 touchdown pass per game for the rest of the regular season.
And if he
then
does
we'll
that,
call him
he
Mr.
becomes
Touchdown.
Mr. Touchdown.
I love it, man. That's awesome.
Fine, we will not assign him the name until he surpasses 12 touchdown
Come
passes.
on, Haarberg. You can do it, man. Mr. Touchdown.
He has to surpass 12.
Mr. Touchdown.
They're
That would
called-
be pretty
He
cool.
signs all his autographs, Mr. Touchdown.
Mr. Touchdown. That's what they called me on the zone.
Because, that's one of the songs Josh doesn't pay attention to.
Mr.
He
Touchdown
hates the
USA,
Nebraska band.
John.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I know that song. Yeah, from the pregame. The pregame
for
show's
Mr.
spectacular.
For Mr. Touchdown, Heinrich H.
Is that how that song goes?
That's how it ends. For Mr. Touchdown, Heinrich H.
Yeah.
That's the song they play right before the anthem, right?
I believe so.
Pretty
Now
close,
rise
yeah. It's
and
part of the
remove your
whole,
caps.
like, they go straight into the fight song after that.
Yeah.
Do you know what the songs are?
Man, I used to
do you know the songs of the pregame ritual? I don't believe they have changed
No.
in
So they start
at
with-
least 30 years.
Okay, so I believe that they start with Hail Varsity, and then I believe they welcome the friends. from
Nebraska's on.
Northwestern.
Hell Varsity.
No. They start with no place.
They start with There Is No Place Like Nebraska. I thought they ended with There Is
Hail
No.
Varsity come usually. I think Hail Varsity is after the anthem.
Oh.
They do Hail Varsity, and then they form the little thing to. I think. My sister, if she's listening, is screaming at
Carla.
her radio right
Yeah,
now.
I
So they
wonder.
do- so
I
they
wonder
do
if there's
one
a
of
list
those-
somewhere.
And then they do the visitors. Let's do our visitors from Northwestern.
Right.
And then I believe that goes into
And then you have March Grandioso.
which one? How does that one go?
That's the one that Texas plays too. Bum, 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 bum,
Yeah.
bum, bum, bum. Then
And
there's
Carl.
March of the Corn Huskers.
March to the Corn Husker.
March of the Corn
And
Huskers.
then it goes into Touchdown USA.
Mr. Touchdown, and then the
anthem, and then after that, then it's
Husker
Power. Or no, they do Hail Varsity one more time.
I think it's Hail Varsity after the.
Yeah, and so then they do Hail Varsity, then they do Husker Power, then they do the Tunnel Walk, and then they play Hail Varsity again.
Yeah,
if I remember right. Huskers.
I want to go to. They gotta have a list somewhere. Their pregame spectacular. Okay, yeah. So here we go. There's a Wikipedia page for this actually.
Baller.
So Dear Old Nebraska U, the visiting team's fight song, Star Spangled Banner, Mr. Touchdown USA, University of Nebraska March, the March Grandioso, March of the Cornhusker, Hail Varsity.
So
what is the University of Nebraska March?
University of Nebraska
that
March.
early?
I'm not sure what that is.
The anthem that early?
Yes.
Oh,
I guess they do.
Okay, yeah.
Gosh, I can't remember what the University of Nebraska March
I'm
is.
sure if I heard it,
Cornhuskers.
if I heard it, I would get it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Do other schools do the opposing fight song?
I don't know.
I've been to some road
I'm sure
games.
they do.
I don't ever remember it at other games. I do like that. I think that's cool.
I remember seeing that. I
remember
seeing that
in
Lincoln.
Yeah.
But at other games, like at
other games.
Oh, at other games.
Yeah.
I know John's going to make fun of me for this, but one of my favorite broadcasting moments as a young millennial watching Nebraska football was when Brent Musburger was like, and now the most famous fight song of them all. And they were playing the Notre Dame fight song back in 2001. You remember, John, 2001? A simpler time, because that game was played on September 8th.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny.
I rode up the elevator with Rush Limbaugh.
Friend of John, Rush Limbaugh.
On the March Grandiose, so on this weird Wikipedia page, which actually seems very helpful, AmericanFootballDatabase.fandom.com/wiki University of Nebraska Cornhusker Marching Band pregame spectacular. The March Grandioso is in parentheses. It says sang by the student section as the Bo Pelini song.
Yes.
Bo Pelini.
I liked that. Bo Pelini.
Will that ever go away? It shouldn't.
Bo Pelini.
And Carl.
Yeah, do the youths, do they still sing
I don't think
that?
so, because Bo's been out of the deal for.
Yeah, but it's like passed down from generation.
They were like today's. All right, so today's University of Nebraska sophomore, who's 19 years old. When Bo got fired, they would have been
that was
9 years ago.
Wow, so 10? A 10-year-old?
Be like 9 years. Yeah, they're like second and third graders.
Oh, my God.
So
Get
they would
here
have
with
no
your bad
idea.
takes, you second grader.
So now it's probably Mike Riley.
Or what could it be?
And who?
Riley,
Could it be? And Bob.
And Bob. No, could it be Matt Rule? Matt Rule.
Doesn't work, man.
Matt Rule.
Well,
and Tony.
And Marcus Satterfield.
Marcus Satterfield. No, it doesn't work.
No.
There
Stay
was
the
a
Bo
comment.
Pelini song forever.
Yeah.
And yes, if someone knows, let us know if they still say the Bo song. Nathan writes, Mr. Touchdown comes after the anthem. As a former band member, the rule for us was don't look at the flyover during Mr. Touchdown because it's almost never on cue.
Oh.
That's true. The flyover is
true.
often wrong. It's at the wrong spot.
Yeah.
And
yet people like Josh want to blame the band.
Well, because Nathan, your lines aren't straight enough, bro. Wow. Asian Joe says, yes, opposing schools play Nebraska's song when they're the visitor. Heard it at Illinois a couple weeks ago.
The thing I always liked was during the peak of the rivalry, when they would play Boomer Sooner, they would always play it at a slightly slower pace than how the OU band usually plays it. You know, it's usually, I don't remember, it's like a count slower. So that the OU fans, in the corner of the stadium couldn't get all the way into it because just a little bit off.
By the way, do people still do the wave thing, the side to side? When they
after the touchdown.
Yeah, do they still do that?
I think so.
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
I will remind me. I will look for that tomorrow.
Hey, by the way, what was the Bo Pelini song called? What's that
the
song?
March Grandioso.
Okay, during the March Grandioso.
March Grandioso.
I'm asking the Gen Z who is not on TikTok right now to see if they do that.
Nice, because that was a Big 12 thing, right? Where everybody went like this in the Big 12. I feel like everywhere Nebraska went, they were all swinging their arms.
No, Nebraska's been doing that. Nebraska's done the arm swinging for years.
But everybody else in the Big 12 also did it. Nobody else.
Kansas does it like this.
Well, yeah, because that's the waving of the wheat.
Yeah, whereas Nebraska, it was more of a.
Well, yeah, it was to the slower version.
Yeah, but why? Is there a reason why Nebraska decided? I mean, I like it. I'm pro this, but
it's I don't know when it started. I just remember it from when I was a youth.
Man, I'm getting some strong nostalgia right now.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a game like this in forever.
Yeah, let's go back to 2010. Can we do that?
Dude, the Missouri game that year.
Wait
that stadium was out for blood.
If we're going to go back in time, let's go back to when they were good.
No, 2010 they were still good, John.
No,
so good.
Let's go back to 1983 and let's kick some ass.
Or Lost Poe.
John probably want to go back to 1972.
I did like when you talked to
Sipple
today, and you were like, "What's your memory?" He's 78, 1978, Billy Sims.
I interviewed Billy Sims, and he wasn't wearing pants.
That was classic.
Can
classic
you imagine though what the '83 Huskers would do to the '83 Northwestern team? Because that was when they were at the peak of their suck.
So what year?
Man.
Like '83 Huskers versus '83 Northwestern.
Like maybe 83 to nothing, John.
I mean, if they. Well, I mean, they literally did 84 against Minnesota. I think they'd have hit triple digits.
Aaron and Papillion says that they
up.
do still do the wave, and he adds it's my wife's favorite part of the game.
It is cool. I've always liked
my
it.
Uncle Mark says that he still sings the Bo Pelini song during March Grandioso.
I can't not. It's ingrained. It's just in me now. Like it's the Bo Pelini song. And Carl.
Well, you know what, Connor? You should get into the student section and lead them on.
Do they still do the shoe
Do they hold
thing?
their shoes
Yes.
up? Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Well-
it started with Audie, didn't it? Audie Kanalik?
Now
I
people
don't
get
remember.
triggered when they do
They get so mad.
throw the bones with the 3 and out
the 3 and out
sign,
bones.
and it's not a 3 and out. It's
Well, how about this? So Jack doesn't like the 3 and out bones regardless of down and distance. I like the 3 and out bones if it's a 3
if
and
it's
out.
3 and out, yeah.
But Jack gets so triggered, like, they have to do it the proper way. Because what is his rule? He wants it here. He gets mad if you do it over your head. It's about being perpendicular. It's ridiculous.
Actually, if you think about it, if you're doing it the right way, you should be doing it in front of your face because it's like the Black Shirts logo where the X is in front of. Or actually, no, it is below the skeleton's head. So yeah, like this.
Yeah, he gets very triggered.
So they
by
can't
this.
do it like this. They can't go up in the sky like this.
No. And then if you tweet a picture of him tweet him a picture of like Jason Peter from the 90s, he'll say, but his face is looking upward, so it goes perpendicular. He has a whole equation about it. It's insane. It's his weirdest opinion.
Yeah.
Of all of his opinions,
weird
somehow it's his weirdest.
Has anyone even spotted anybody throwing bones this season?
Oh, I've seen the students do it.
No, they
Oh,
do
you're
the
talking
3 and
about
out
a player?
bones incorrectly. Yeah, that's the
No,
problem.
a player. I'm
You're
talking
saying
about a player.
Oh, no,
like
John.
after a sack, after a TFL. I can't say that I.
Maybe the bones are canceled. Did Matt
Or-
Rule
oh,
cancel
did we-
the bones?
Oh, geez.
I don't
He's done such a good job with
No,
everything.
they wouldn't cancel
He handed
the
out the
bones.
black shirts. He did all the things, but he canceled the bones.
They wouldn't cancel the bones.
Jeez.
I haven't seen any bones. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
it's a
any
good
bones.
point. It's a good point. Wow. How about Drew? Now, Drew is not a Gen Z. Drew is a young millennial. Says, in my experience as a freshman in 2015, maybe that is Gen Z. It was pretty linear decrease each year to my senior year to the point where I was just about the only one left singing the Bo Pelini song.
Right, because again,
He's gone now.
He's gone. You know,
Sad.
and the kids don't do it anymore.
It must be gone. I mean, it's got to be all the way gone. That was a couple of years ago by the time Drew would have graduated. So
Yeah, that's a bummer.
whole new coach later. We don't even know about the Bo Pelini song anymore. Our generation, Josh, will carry it on for years and years.
Yes, we will. Jacob and Star Wars Fiend both bringing up Huskers that did throw the bones. Jacob says Nash did it against Minnesota.
Okay.
Star Wars Fiend says Ty Robinson has.
Okay.
So it was not
That's fine.
canceled.
That's
Haffer.
okay.
Maybe it was, but Star Wars Fiend says it was in the first game. Maybe Matt Rule canceled it after that, and we haven't seen it.
Yeah. Stop celebrating with the bones.
We lost the game. You can't throw the bones anymore.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They
What if-
won games in the 90s.
What if Matt Rule came out and he's like, if you're going to throw the bones, you better at least be perpendicular to where your head
that
is.
would be classic. Jack Mitchell would.
Jack's like,
would give him a
yes,
hug.
yes.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you for your service.
I think they should start like doing it down like.
Whoa,
above
John,
their
what are you
belly
doing
button.
right now?
Or yeah, do the DX
Crotch chop.
Crotch chop.
Oh, dude, speaking
But
of
the
the
crotch
90s.
chop doesn't cross the arms. That's what they should do.
Cross
They should
arm,
bring the
crotch
crossed
chop.
arms down. Cross arm.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
that's talk about throwing bones.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that's the crossover.
Okay. All right.
Well, Connor, have a great weekend. Enjoy Overreaction with Gary.
I will. It'll be great. And
Oh,
I'll go
yeah,
watch some
your co-host,
volleyball.
Gary Sharp.
Yes, that's right. We're all locked in. It's time. We're going.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
Fantastic.
Can't wait.
We'll be back live from Lucky Bucket in La Vista, which stands for The Vista, on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Now the question is, who's beating them? They play the Eagles in Philly.
See, I think the Eagles could win.
It's not going to be the game you expect. They'll lose to like the.
Well,
Vikings
this week
or
they
something.
play the Browns and the weather's supposed to be bad. Like, how funny would it be
Right.
after last week we were like, the Bills are back, and then the Bills lost?
Yeah.
Well, like, Niners are the best team ever, and then they lose like 10-6.
Oh, that was such a classic Bills.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Haarberg Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Another bright, beautiful, and warm afternoon today, hitting a high near 80 degrees with a southwest breeze. Tomorrow morning, winds switching around from the northwest. Partly cloudy skies working their way in through the afternoon, hitting a high near 67. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
La Casa del Huarache, serving authentic Mexican food in Omaha for more than 19 years. They're the house of the famous huaraches, topped with green or red salsa, and your favorite protein like asada, pastor, chicken, chorizo, or ham. Then finished with queso fresco. There's a full menu with your favorite Mexican dishes and much more. And La Casa del Huarache now has a sushi and seafood bar, as well as your favorite cold beer and cocktails. Visit them at 4826 Q Street. Open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Ask for their daily specials.
The 13th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes are coming to town to take on your undefeated and 22nd ranked Omaha Mavericks hockey team on October 27th and 28th at Baxter Arena. You do not want to miss this top 25 matchup. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks. And basketball season is upon us. Get your men's and women's season tickets by calling 402-554-MAVS.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
Deep downfield, going to be jump ball in the end zone. Tipped away. And caught. Touchdown, Westerkamp. Caught it in the end zone. It's got to be reviewed. You can feel it in the air. Like lightning on the edge of the night. Oh, baby. You can feel it everywhere. The party time all over tonight. What a season like it, baby. Friday night, the great night of football. Touchdown. Oh, man, woman, and child. He just turned this stadium inside out. Friday night, the great night of football. Woo! Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight. Touchdown! Kane Coulter. You know everybody needs more body contact once in a while. Oh, step up, touchdown, in the run, take it away. You got to grab the chance to run wild. Friday night, a great night for football. How good does this feel? Captain is hanging, ready to do it. Friday night, a great night for football. Nebraska scored again. Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Oh, an onside kick. Northwestern is on it.
The strain is spectacular. Joey, get ready to bring it. There's no reasonable reason. You see the strain.
Possibly the most important game played in the last 20 years on the historic turf of Memorial Stadium.
This is what One Beer Friday is all about.
Oh, we're live at a brewery, John.
We're live at a brewery and a distillery. And it's Friday night, and you know what that means. Oh, it's going to be a hell of a fight. Ah, yes. Welcome, everybody, to a One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, and we are live at Lucky Bucket in La Vista. And they are getting ready for their grand reopening. Now, it's still open.
Yes.
They're still doing some remodeling, but it's still open. You can still either come over here and get some beer at Lucky Bucket or get some distilleries from Cut Spike.
Yeah.
And they're getting ready for a big time here in the next few weeks. But come on by and say hi. We're just south of 120th and Giles, just off of Centennial. Drive on in and come by, say hi. We're going to have a great time today talking about Nebraska Northwestern, the weekend in football, and the Michigan Cheat Marines.
Dude, I still just can't believe it that this team needed to cheat to beat Nebraska. Without that cheating, it would have gone down to the wire. Nebraska would have pulled off an upset for the ages. They would be just 2 wins away from bowl eligibility, but instead, they're going to have to fight through it. They're going to have to win 3 more games in the last half of the season if they're going to make their first bowl game since 2016.
Yeah, it would have been Nebraska would have ended the streak of not beating a ranked team.
Bingo. And it would have been a top 2 team at that. You know, it would have been amazing. It would have been incredible. Yeah, Jim Harbaugh might be on his way to the NFL at this very moment in time.
Very, very sad.
Yeah.
But let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It is a One Beer Friday. We are here at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike Distillery all afternoon long. By the way, even if you don't have time to sit back and have a drink with us, you can come grab some Lucky Bucket. They've got 6-packs in the cooler ready to go. Or get some Cut Spike Distillery. They make their own vodka. I mean, it's not just whiskey. They got vodka.
Yep.
Rum. They do their own rum. They do their own brandy.
Oh yeah.
So they got the whole shebang. You can go to the website and see more. It is it Lucky Bucket? No, it's cutspike.com.
Yeah, and it's
cutspike.com, but it serves both the distillery and the brewery.
We got a big weekend coming up, man. So like you said, if you can't stop by and maybe hang out for too long, you could get something to go.
Bingo.
And then for the game tomorrow, you'll be good. You'll have the stuff to drink.
It is NU versus NU. We got your trends.
Yep.
Keys. Yep. Predictions.
Yes, we do.
All coming up in the happy hour. Ralph Russo is going to join us here in about 20 minutes or so from the Associated Press. A lot to discuss coming up on this weekend, but also the Michigan story. Kent's Movie Club today, The Pope's Exorcist.
Starring Russell Crowe.
It's
the first Exorcism movie I've ever watched. I've never seen The Exorcist. I've never had I've never, decided to hang out in the world of Satan and devilry like Nick does on a daily basis throughout the month of October.
That'll be coming up at 3:45. You can put the brooms away. We're going to have at least one series go 6 games, and the other's going to go at least 5, maybe more than that.
Maybe.
Is military intelligence behind the Michigan Cheat Marines?
Bad intelligence. Very, very bad intelligence.
Also, there's an update on that story that has just come down in the last 30 minutes.
About the troop?
About the troop. It's a big, bad football weekend.
Bad as in the good bad or the bad bad?
Yeah, it's like bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole team.
Yeah. It's like when you say that guy's cold, but you mean it in the good way. Because cold used to be bad.
Yeah. We will unpin the Nebraska NIL thing that we started yesterday.
You put a pin in it yesterday.
Put a pin in it.
Yeah.
We'll unpin it today. And I think we'll have time for a mid-season redo.
Oh, okay.
Now, one of our championship predictions is still still valid.
One of them?
Yeah, mine.
Which
of the Final Four? I still have a chance.
Of your whole Final Four?
I believe so.
I'm pretty good on mine, man.
No, you're not. You lost LSU.
No, you said one of my Final Four, though. I have 3 teams, though,
but you lost LSU. I think I still have all 4 of mine. You lost your national champion.
Nah, they could do it with 2 losses.
No, they can't. They're
sure?
pretty bad.
No, they're good.
No, they're pretty bad. They're the USC of the Southeastern Conference. All offense, no defense.
Don't like playing defense this
year.
Not
But
very
either
great.
way, we'll try to get to that as well. 402-951-1620. That is the 42 degrees, the Source hotline by your mom's house. Wow, that is way too much Josh in my picture.
What?
You got your face right.
Well,
you were
see,
looking up.
I don't
you
even,
were like this.
I don't. Oh, you know what? I know why. Because for some reason, the cameras at work. There we go. The cameras at work. They don't. The HD doesn't work anymore, so I have to make it full screen, and so I get way too close. There we go. I'm fixed now.
Okay.
I was looking. Look at this. Nick caught us mid bones. In the photo.
At least they didn't catch us doing the cross
yes,
chop.
that's very, very true. Very, very true.
By the way, speaking of 42 degrees, the Source hotline.
By your mom's house?
I passed one of their vehicles on the way in.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, all decorated in the 42 degrees logo. They weren't by your mom's house, unless your mom lives on the interstate.
Yeah, which, hey, who knows? We
Some-
don't judge.
Some moms might.
Yeah.
Also, you can tweet at us at USC1620 on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, or send us an email. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. You know what it is?
It's a One Beer Friday.
It's the Equitable Bank
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Zone inbox. Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring.
First ring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of that and more today on the Grum, live from Lucky Bucket. We've already got a good crowd here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were asking us, do you guys want a beer? And we said, we have to wait.
I can't believe we passed.
We have to wait.
Because of all the local lagers,
yeah,
this is my favorite.
This is your fave?
I love the Lucky Bucket pre-prohibition lager.
Oh, yeah.
It is fantastic.
Certified Evil, that's one of the earliest beers that I can remember friends who weren't drinking the cheap stuff having. And I remember thinking, I wonder if someday I'll ever want a Certified Evil. And now I've gotten to that point in my beer journey.
They actually make one of their spirits, one of their whiskeys in the barrels from the Certified Evil.
From the Certified Evil. That's tight.
A lot of the barrel age that they do. And they do a lot of different barrel ages. Check out cutspike.com for more information on that. We'll be talking with the owner, Zach, here in about an hour or so and get some more information. But come on by and join us. We're south of 120th and Giles. Just if you're on Giles, just head south on 120th. Not too many blocks, and then turn in off Centennial, and we're just up the hill.
Just up the hill.
Just a slight grade.
It's kind of like what they describe like campuses, like that's the school that's on top of the hill. That's what we are today. We're the brewery on top of the hill.
We're the brewery on top of the hill. All right. Update on the Michigan situation, and Ralph Russo to join us on this One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, live at Lucky Bucket in La Vista, right here on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Terrors of the night stalk among the trees. In the distance, fear awaits. A shriek, laughter, then silence. It's the season of darkness at the Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. Spend an hour with nothing to protect you but your own screams. Bring your group and witness unspeakable horrors that test every fiber of your nerves. Hayride and House combo $30 or $19 separately. The Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. BellevueBerryFarm.com.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Hope Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented tea ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ALL to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 42424. That's ALL to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. We are live at Lucky Bucket in La Vista as we celebrate this One Beer Friday. They're going to have their big grand reopening next month.
Yeah, the 17th.
But it is open.
Yes.
It is open. They're still doing some remodeling in here, but once it's done, it's going to be awesome. There's a lot of room here. And on a gorgeous day like this, lots of patio seating out front. If you want to enjoy this beautiful Friday afternoon, a few of the colors that have changed on the trees nearby, just this gorgeous Friday afternoon, come kick back with a Lucky Bucket Spirit or a Cut Spike hard drink and enjoy your day.
Yeah, you know, it looks like fall, but feels like summer. And shout out to listener Scott for reminding me that I did predict no more 100-degree days.
Well, that was
a couple months ago,
that
and
literally happened that same
was
week.
Proven in Lincoln. It happened, but it didn't happen here at Lucky Bucket, John. Didn't happen here at Lucky.
I didn't know Lucky Bucket was an official weather reporting station.
Well, your house certainly isn't. No one cares about your home, John.
I do.
Well, I don't.
It's the only house I care about.
Well, wow,
you were wrong again.
Wow.
I mean, you're like the guy who you know those days where it's like warm after midnight, but then the cold front comes through and it gets cold, but they say, well, but technically the high temperature was 75. It happened at 1:03 in the morning.
Yeah,
that's basically what you're predicting.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
So here's the latest on the Michigan cheat Breweries. We now know who the dirty rat was that was stealing the signs, and he's one of the troops.
He's a troop.
I believe it. Is it Stalions? It's not spelled with 2 L's.
Yeah,
but
Stalions.
Connor Stalions, who is a football analyst and a retired Marine Corps captain, has been identified as the person of interest. Ross Dellinger has been on top of this story from Yahoo Sports. And I'll just read from a couple of the paragraphs from the story.
Okay.
At various points, Connor Stalions would make a signal, point to his shoulder, gesture to the ground, tap his head. He was in constant communication with the full-time assistants around him, whispering to them as the opposing offense broke the huddle. Quote, He spearheads the operation, one Big Ten school coach told Yahoo Sports in an interview Thursday. I once told Stalions, we know what kind of bleep you are doing, and it is bleeped up. And multiple Big Ten staff members have identified Stalions as Michigan's sign-stealing guru. It is, since his name has emerged late yesterday, Stalions has scrubbed his social media, deleted his Instagram, deleted his Twitter. They were active as of Thursday afternoon.
And the LinkedIn page, they were reading this earlier on the Connor Happer show to start their show. So I recommend going back and listening to it. Like the way in which he described himself on his LinkedIn page, basically Johnny was announcing himself to be a cheater. You know, I'm able to find what they're doing in the signals and what's happening with the program.
And if you're watching in on the stream, we've got a few screenshots from Ross Dellinger. This is screenshots from television identifying which one of the Michigan assistants. And he's, like all the others, he just kind of blends in. But everyone obviously on the Michigan side knows who he is and what he is doing. Sources have said that the NCAA's enforcement staff's level of interest in Stalions is so significant, they have sought access to his computer. The latest on this story happened about 45 minutes ago. Michigan has now suspended Connor Stalions with pay pending the conclusion of the investigation.
So I had a conversation with someone this morning about this story, and I remained kind of steadfast in my opinion that I don't really think anything is going to happen from this. And this person was disagreeing with me. They think that because of the trouble that Harbaugh has already been in with the NCAA and the lack of he won't really work with them on this because that's how he operates, and he has already denied any wrongdoing or any knowledge of this. You were kind of with me on that yesterday. Do you still feel the same way about 24 hours after this story broke in terms of it resulting in something massive happening to him and or the program, not in terms of how fans will treat it?
See, I still agree that it's a lot to do about nothing because, again, it's now where it crosses the line is, and I'm going to read a quote from another Big Ten source. This was from ESPN's reporting on the story. Quote, this was from a Big Ten source. This is worse than the Astros and the Patriots. It's both the use of technology for a competitive advantage, and there's allegations that they are filming prior games, not just in-game. If it was just an in-game situation, that's different. Going and filming somewhere you're not supposed to be, it's illegal. It's too much of an advantage. The illegal part of this is if you are using technology or audio video equipment and going and scouting the other team. You're not allowed to travel a coach or an analyst or anyone representing your program, go to someone else's games and scout. You're not allowed to do that. Now, that's been in place for 30 years.
30 years, yeah.
It then goes a step further if whoever this person is whether it's probably a cell phone camera, I would assume. They're sitting in the stands somewhere strategically placed, and they're doing that. That's where it crosses the line and becomes illegal.
But does it get to the level of, what was the quote, worse than the Patriots and Astros combined, right? Or just worse than? The Patriots.
It says it's worse than both the Astros and the Patriots. Now, to me, I guess it might be.
The Patriots, were they not accused of recording practices, though? Like, that's where, again, I don't want to just do this from the I like Harbaugh perspective. And so I hope that it doesn't come across that way. But this does not seem on the level of those because one was accused of recording practices. Michigan, at least at this moment in time, has not been accused of recording practices. I would take back my statement.
That we know of, right.
And what the Astros were supposedly doing was using technology inside of the own games that they were playing against their opponents. So again, I will disagree, and maybe I'm guilty of splitting hairs. And if I am, that's fine. And you can call me out for it. I don't think I am. That's where I disagree with I guess, some of these assertions that it is worse than this or worse than that.
But if someone is in the stadium scouting ahead,
it's illegal.
And they're using like a cell phone camera to record the signs, and here's the other thing that the Patriots were guilty of. Remember, they had a guy on their sideline or up in the press box recording the coaches down on the field. So it's kind of the same thing. So I kind of see it. It is it can be similar if they can prove that this is more than just this Connor Stalions fella was watching tape off of television, which is legal, or from the sidelines is deciphering and then signaling what's going on. So it really depends on how he is gathering that information. If he was gathering the information by watching film in his office that was taken off of television, that's one thing. Of course, television does not shoot the other teams giving signals, right? They don't shoot that.
Correct.
So you'll
see it sometimes on accident, but it's not like the cameras just
So honestly, if he is able to decipher these signs, he would almost have to use some form of in-house technology, because you've got to have a camera on their coaches at all times.
Yeah. By the way, Sam says Pats never recorded practices. ESPN retracted that story. All right.
Right. But the Pats did record coaches from across the sideline
that much
and
was true.
Coaches from the press box. They were doing that. So I can see where it could be the same. We need more information to know that for certain.
100%.
But where I think this could get Michigan in the most trouble, I think, is in the timing. Because Harbaugh is supposedly getting his contract reworked. He's already got issues with the NCAA. The NCAA has not totally handed down all of their penalties from the previous transgressions with Jim Harbaugh. And so I think the timing of this is very interesting.
Me too.
Given where Michigan is in its season, given where these ongoing contract talks have been going on, that this might be a way that pushes one party or the other, Harbaugh or Michigan, to say, I've had enough.
Yeah, and we got a question from Brett saying, does the news of this cheating make old Jimmy Boy more or less attractive to NFL teams? In my opinion, it doesn't change anything.
I don't think it changes anything.
But what it does change maybe is him saying, I want to leave even more.
Exactly.
That's where it changes. From my perspective, an NFL franchise doesn't look at this and view it as a positive or a negative. It's just there. For him, though, bailing, that I feel like this makes it more likely. More likely.
So a lot to come on this. I still think Michigan's going to thump Michigan State tomorrow night, and then they are going to use this as motivation.
People called us this. People called us that.
Yep. Us against the world.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
And we'll see where it goes after that.
Yep.
Coming up next, we'll talk to Ralph Russo, the Associated Press, about this and the weekend in college football. And I also want his thoughts on which conference does he think today would get left out of the playoff. It's a hard question to answer.
It certainly is.
Coming up next, live from Lucky Bucket in La Vista, just south of 120th and Giles, off of Centennial Road on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We're about to get into some of these big college games with Ralph, and certainly a nice NFL slate as well. And at this moment in time, how about this offer? New customers, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. All you got to do is go to FanDuel.com/1620. Look, the countdown has been on essentially all week long for the battle between Nick's Dolphins and my wife's Eagles. I stand with Nick. This time and this time alone, I'll be rooting for Miami. Maybe you like them on the money line, as they'll be dogs in this one in Philadelphia, plus 120. Maybe, John, you want to put those points in your back pocket, the 2.5. Whatever you do, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 to get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet.
And don't forget about the player props, team props, over-unders, and a lot more. It's so easy to use, and there's so many different options. Check it out today. Visit FanDuel.com/1620. Get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, when you place that first $5 bet for new customers. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Husker football head coach Matt Rule broke down what he thinks makes Northwestern a good football team ahead of their Saturday matchup.
I don't know Coach Braun, but it's just really impressive what he's done, what the rest of that staff's done, what those players have done. They're playing for each other, and they're a really good football team. That's the big thing. Is it's not like they're a really good football team. You got to go defend Henning. You got to go defend Cam Porter. You got to go. They got guys who can play. And they're tough and physical, and they're rugged on defense. So they're excellent, excellent third down offense. They stay on the field. So it's a good football team that's playing for the right reasons, playing for each other, and a team that has purpose and die for a cause is really hard to beat.
The Huskers will look to go 4-3 for the first time since 2019 on the 100th anniversary of Memorial Stadium. For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, once a week just isn't enough. Get ready for OmahaWeekendDeals.com. Every weekend, you can find big deals, 50% off or more to even more of your favorite Metro businesses. Like this weekend's deal to La Casa del Huarache at 48th and Q. Get 2 gift certificates, a $50 value for just $25. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive. Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza. I sure hope he brought the Pepto. Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie. The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. We are live at Lucky Bucket in La Vista for a special One Beer Friday. John and Josh with you, and joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline from the Associated Press, we welcome in college football writer Ralph Russo. Ralph, good Friday afternoon to you, sir.
Hello, gentlemen, and happy Football Friday.
Oh, yeah.
We just got done talking more about the Michigan situation, the latest. Connor Stalions, this analyst, has been suspended with pay, and you talk it out, and obviously there's something going on here, and something that has been going on for the last several months. A lot of the reports have said that Big Ten coaches were aware of these things happening as recently as last year. It is the larger problem here, in your view, Ralph, the we'll call it the crime for now, or the allegations for now, or is it the compounding of the problem that the NCAA is again snooping around Jim Harbaugh and his program as his contract talks apparently are taking place?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? And Michigan, there's been a lot of weird stuff over the last year and a half. Like, I think the interesting thing is, like, what do you do in the short term, right? Clearly there's some stuff going on here. And what do you do in the short term? Are you going to not allow Michigan to play in the playoff? And we all know how slowly things play out as far as the NCAA is concerned. There's also this question of, like, if they're doing something like this, or if something like this is being done, like what's the how do you quantify like the advantage that they're gaining? Teams are trying to steal signs all the time. So again, like what to do in the short term, I don't know if you're going to do anything in the short term other than be like cheaters, like, okay, you guys are cheaters, and okay, now we're going to like sort things out. I think the long term becomes interesting insofar as like, does Jim Harbaugh remain the coach of Michigan? He's the guy who probably can find his way back into the NFL. Like, I just don't know, like, how much it ends up mattering, all this stuff, other than sort of like this tarnishing the reputation. But if you ride this out, if you're Michigan, just say, hey, well, okay, we're going to cooperate with the investigation. We didn't really know what was going on. We didn't think we gained any big advantage. Teams try to steal signs all the time, blah, 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 blah. And we win our national championship, and then figure it out from there, right? In other words, like to a certain degree, do you just sort of ride this out if you're Michigan and say, like, yeah, come get us in February. See what if we care?
One more for me on this, Ralph. Do you think that this makes it more or less likely that he is in the NFL in 2024?
I think it probably makes it more. But the issue with that is, it takes two to tango. The fact of the matter is, like, Jim Harbaugh might have been in the NFL by now if somebody really wanted him. A couple of years ago, he sort of shows up to an interview with Minnesota, and the word was he wasn't as prepared as maybe, or thought that they were a little farther along than they were. That didn't work out. Last year, there was some interest from around the league, and as I was told, again, like, he doesn't have an agent. He sort of takes control of the situation himself. I think that could be a little off-putting for some teams, and bang, it doesn't go anywhere, right? So I think that's the issue too. It's not just, will he be in the NFL? Well, somebody needs to want him to be in the NFL. And that's a big question mark as well. The other portion of this is, how much power does the NCAA have anymore?
Yeah.
Again, to a certain degree, everybody is showing that you just push back on them and you push forward and you say, come get me if you can. And 6 months later, more often than not, the schools end up in pretty good shape.
Ralph Russo, the Associated Press. Of course, tomorrow the triumvirate begins its round robin in the Big Ten East. Penn State and Ohio State tomorrow in the Horseshoe. Can either of those teams do anything in their game tomorrow that makes them look like the Big Ten favorites over Michigan, who appears, at least by what we've seen through 6-7 weeks, the most complete and most consistent team?
So I would imagine if you've got a blowout either way, especially if it's Ohio State, because Ohio State's already played a pretty good Notre Dame team. Maybe not great, but pretty good Notre Dame team and won on the road in a weird game, right? 10 men on the field at the end there. But I do think if you're Ohio State and you show that maybe some of your offensive line issues are taken care of, and you go out and really stomp on a good Penn State team, now all of a sudden I think it probably changes the conversation around Ohio State, because you know why? We always know Ohio State's really good, right? There's always going to be a certain amount of like given when it comes to Ohio State, that like, yeah, they got a ton of guys over there. They got a ton of dudes, but they haven't shown maybe another gear yet. And if they go out and do that this weekend, I think the reality is, though, I suspect this is going to be a grinded out game between two good defenses, and whoever wins is going to win in a close game. And I'm not sure that changes the narrative.
Ralph, there's been so much talk about the lack of like the deep ball this year with Penn State, and including a very famous Q&A that James Franklin has done within the last week and change.
Right.
I wonder if you think it's because, like, I think there perhaps are three options. Maybe they're holding their cards close to the vest, and we're finally going to see it tomorrow. Maybe the issue is with Drew Aller. Maybe the issue is with wide receivers. It's probably a combination of, I guess, all those three, but is there a chance that it is actually the first one and that we could see the deep ball a little bit more from the Nittany Lions, given that this game is assuredly going to be much closer and competitive than the first ones that they have played this year?
Yeah, I would think I don't know if you're going to sit on it so much to say, like, we're just not going to do this and not going to show it because, this is pretty high-level football. I think I'm pretty sure Ohio State knows how to defend a post, right? Like, because you haven't shown it on film isn't going to be like, wow, they ran deep. We never expected that, right? So I don't know if it's so much holding back your cards. I do think it is a little more what you said, which is what's the best way to game plan with a first-year quarterback who doesn't have the best of weapons on the outside against teams that we know we can control. So I just think it comes a matter of, like, in a game like this, you probably are going to see a couple of shots because I just don't know if you can deal with Ohio State without showing them that, right? Like, I almost think you are forced to open it up a little bit more, even if you're not super successful about it, because, I mean, again, like, what if you don't show that you're going to even try to throw the ball downfield against that kind of team? I don't think you can be as successful in sort of taking these little chunks, which is what Penn State has done all year.
Ralph Russo, the Associated Press college football writer, joining us here live from Lucky Bucket on this One Beer Friday. The knock on the Pac-12 has been generally that the teams just don't play good enough defense. While Michael Penix and the offense has been getting the headlines this season, does this year's Washington have the look of a team that can either buck that no defense trend or overcome it because they're just so good?
So their defense is, I think, okay. I think that the ceiling on that defense is probably okay. And I think that it relates to the second part of your question there, which is that offense, 2019 LSU vicinity, right? Adjacent, maybe not as good as Joe Burrow and the two of the five best wide receivers in the NFL right now. But you're getting a little feel of, like, hey, just Penix and those three receivers. You're almost going to have to assume they're getting 30 every game, and then that doesn't put a whole lot on your defense, on their defense. So, I still am a little skeptical that they're even the best team in the Pac-12. I find myself thinking that coming out of that game last week, thinking that Oregon might be the overall better team out of the two of them. And if they meet again, or as the season goes along in the Pac-12, where there's still a lot of big games left, that you could end up seeing, Oregon end up being the Pac-12 champion. But that offense is pretty scary. And you are, again, at a certain point, if you have something that nobody else can stop, it does trump, especially with those, a sixth-year quarterback who really knows what he's doing. Again, you get a little bit of that whiff of what happened with LSU, where you just had this one thing that they could do that nobody could stop, which is just a great quarterback who can get the ball to great receivers.
Ralph, sticking in that conference, coming out of that game versus Notre Dame last week for USC, in particular, Caleb Williams. I mean, the sloppy INTs that he had, the defense, as bad as it's been this year, really wasn't as much of the problem. I wonder, when you look ahead to this one versus Utah tomorrow for them, what do you chalk up those bad interceptions? I know now in hindsight there's been a little maybe reappraisal of some of Caleb Williams' games this year and how he has approached them. Why did that happen? Why did that unfold? And what could it mean for this one tomorrow, and I guess even the rest of the season?
Yeah, so I'm not necessarily downgrading Caleb Williams. I feel like the problem, my line on USC over the last couple of weeks has been, it's not defense. It's not just defense. You're being distracted by the idea that I know the defense isn't good, but there's a lot of other stuff not working for this team. There's a lot of other stuff being masked by the fact that Caleb is ridiculous and by the fact that they were playing pretty weak opponents. And I think that's what got exposed. It's, hey, they don't block very well. Hey, their receivers are not quite what they were last year. They're still not good on special teams. Like, there's just a whole bunch of stuff there. So I don't know if it's necessarily like hey, Caleb isn't as good as he was last year, and maybe he isn't. Maybe he's taken a little step back. But I think the whole operation around him has taken a step back. Utah can't score. Utah is holding its offense together with toothpicks and bubblegum at this point. They have running backs playing, safeties playing running back. They may have a linebacker playing tight end this week. It's a mess. But Utah is able to occasionally just beat on USC, just move them around. I think that USC sort of gets back on track because that Utah offense isn't good enough to really expose USC's defense. But again, it's not just the defense. That's the thing I keep pounding away. It's not just the defense with USC. There are issues all over with USC that are going to be a problem against a very difficult schedule down the stretch.
Ralph, if you had to take a shot right now with half the season gone, half the season to go roughly, which Power 5 conference is most likely to miss the playoff?
So this was really difficult for me to do because I had to do it a couple of days ago, sort of a mid-season report thing. I had to re-predict it, and I ended up leaving out Florida State and didn't feel good about it. So by that I mean the ACC. In reality, the road for these Pac-12 teams is probably so difficult that it will be tough for them to avoid 2 losses. So maybe it's more, I should probably put my chips more on the Pac-12. But in that particular case, I left out the ACC team. And again, Florida State looks pretty darn good to me. So it's really hard to come up with where's the team that's going to essentially I'll put it this way. What league is going to cannibalize itself? It would seem like the Pac-12 would be the better bet there. But maybe I was just so overwhelmed by the Oregon-Washington game. I wanted to get one of those teams in there.
Is the ACC the most vulnerable league if it comes down to a tie on a lot of fronts, whether it's multiple unbeaten teams or multiple one-loss teams? Is the ACC appear to be the most vulnerable because of weakness perception in your view?
I don't. Here's the reason why probably not for Florida State. They did beat LSU. I do think LSU. Yeah, and I do think LSU is going to finish fairly strong here. Now, again, you talk about defense. Now, in that case, that's a situation where it is just the defense. It really is. Their offense is spectacular. Jaden Daniels has been amazing. They're just really bad on the defensive side of the ball. Probably not good enough to really fix it. Maybe get a little better, but not get it fixed. So, having that in their holster is pretty good. They also had a couple of other nice wins over the SEC. So I guess that, we can sort of see how that plays out. I don't know if necessarily, but you are right. I think just to flip it around, with the rigor at the top half of the ACC is not going to be there as it is with the other. There's a path for all the other champions of the other conferences, or at least some of them, to come out with some pretty nice resumes from in-conference. To be honest, the one that probably maybe needs to worry more is the Big 12 to a certain degree. But then again, it goes back to what else do you have in your holster? And if you're Texas, well, we beat Alabama. If you're Florida State, we beat LSU. So then it becomes more of, well, what happens if it's Oklahoma? Or what happens if it's North Carolina? Do they get sort of the transitive property of those wins by beating the teams that beat the teams?
Ralph, I did want to ask you about Bama because it seems like a lot of the panic, the early season panic for them has subsided. I know that coming in, I thought that this was a 3-loss team. After their loss to Texas, I really felt kind of bullish. After their performance against USF, I felt even more bullish. And yet it seems like they have righted the ship, and maybe some of that too is the schedule this year in the SEC. What do you make of them ahead of a game that should be much lower scoring tomorrow, the third Saturday in October matchup with Tennessee, than it was a season ago?
Yeah, I think the deal with Bama is they're sort of they are flying the plane while building it this year. I think they're just trying to figure out, okay, what does Jalen Milroe do well? What can we get out of this offensive line? What can we do from week to week that gives us the best chance to win? We don't really have a really perfectly established identity. We do have a pretty good defense, but we probably can't overexpose that pretty good defense. And it's been an interesting, I'm not going to say it's been Nick Saban's best coaching job, but it's definitely a talented team that is figuring some things out along the way. And in uncertain times, which is where we are in the SEC in general, right? I think there's Georgia and there's sort of everybody else, especially in the West, where there's already a bunch of teams that have taken on damage. If you look and say, okay, I have all these teams that I'm not really sure of, which one do I want to put some faith in? Well, you're going to put the faith in the team coached by Nick Saban, right? Like, you're going to put your faith in Bama. And I think that's where I am with them, and why I think they'll probably figure out a way to sort of muddle through a close game, low-scoring game tomorrow against Tennessee. After what happened with them last year at Tennessee and the way Tennessee celebrated, I can't imagine Alabama letting that happen on their own field.
Yeah, and Nick Saban actually going out to the fans and saying, you guys can affect this game, basically doing the we need some noise from you, which you don't usually see out of Nick Saban in a midseason SEC tilt. Ralph Russo, Associated Press, always great conversation. Thanks a lot for joining us. Enjoy the weekend. It should be fun.
Thanks, guys. You too.
Thank you, Ralph.
Ralph Russo joining us on the 42 Degrees, the Source Hotline.
Yeah, you're right, man. And that crowd there, wine and cheese is way too harsh, but it's a victim of its own success.
Well, yeah,
right?
you don't think of, when you think of the great SEC venues, you don't think of Tuscaloosa being a snake pit.
It doesn't ever get brought up in that regard. Kind of like how, Nebraska for a while, they got up for the really big games. But a lot of the ho-hummers, it was like, hey, give us something to get into, and maybe we will. It's a big spot for Alabama. And I mean, every game is for them for the rest of the season, given the loss to Texas. And you have to imagine, man, that Saban loves coaching this team. I thought that the way that Ralph just put it there, building the plane as they're in the air, I think that that's a fun and apt comparison. It's a team still loaded with talent, but it has like these flaws that in one of the deeper SEC seasons from years past would have been more exposed by this point in time, but it's not yet. I mean, this is still a top 25 team, and it's a team that beat them last year and had a crazy comeback in the last few minutes to do so. It is a historic rivalry, and it's a program that Saban's had a ton of success against. That was the first loss, right, that he had to them in his time in Alabama. So that one is very interesting tomorrow.
We are live at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike here in La Vista. Got a great crowd on hand, folks enjoying a cold beer or a nice beverage, a cocktail from next door, because they've got their own distillery here and a lot of different spirits. We're going to be talking with the owner here in a couple minutes. But coming up next, we're going to discuss the story the topic that we had put a pin in yesterday regarding Nebraska and how they are going to use, or how they are using, their NIL. That and Kent's Movie Club, all still to come this hour, live from Lucky Bucket in La Vista, just south of 120th and Giles off Centennial Road. Come by and say hi. Get yourself a 12-pack or a 6-pack for the road for tomorrow.
6-pack times 2 is a 12.
Right. Yeah, they sell them in 6s. You can buy 2 at a time.
Bingo.
You can buy 3 at a time if you want.
Yeah.
You can buy 4 at a time. Take it to the tailgate tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Union Omaha. John just said we're a little south of 120th and Giles. A little further south of us is Warner Park. And coming up a week from tomorrow, they will be back at Warner Park for their big semifinal matchup. The League One championships begin. Regular season champs for the second time in the last few seasons. They're the first team to do it 2 times, and they are coming into the postseason on a 14-match winning streak. So how about this? You're on your way to see us. Why not stop by Warner Park, because the box office is open right now, and it will be open for just a little bit longer on this Friday. It opens at noon every weekday, open until 5 o'clock, and then 3 hours prior to kickoff on match day. So you can head over there, get some tickets to the game next Saturday, and then stop on here and say hello to us. It has been a great run. Talked about it throughout the last couple of months, how they just slowly climbed that table, and they enter the postseason on just an incredible streak. Whether you're a diehard soccer fan, whether you have never been there before, or maybe you're just a casual, you will have an awesome experience. Date night, night out with friends, family, whatever it is. Buy the tickets today at the box office or online at unionomaha.com.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not, he has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall. Yeah. And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football. We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It fits for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Another bright, beautiful, and warm afternoon today, hitting a high near 80 degrees with a southwest breeze. Tomorrow morning, winds switching around from the northwest. Partly cloudy skies working their way in through the afternoon, hitting a high near 67. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Follow your imagination to the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. Bring the whole gang and explore for treasure on the pirate shipwreck. See how the West was fun. Pretend you're a superhero as you jump on giant bounce pads. Maybe reserve your own campfire rental where you can roast marshmallows and tell stories. It's all up to you. And of course, go on a hayride and grab your own pumpkin. Priced by the size, not the pound. Follow your imagination at the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. 48th between Cornhusker and Highway 370. More info at BellevueBerryFarm.com.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Join us for the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive in support of the Salvation Army Omaha Winter Night Watch program. From now through October 25th, we're looking for donations of hoodie sweatshirts or other winter clothing items that we'll hand out this coming winter season to those experiencing homelessness. You can drop off new, unworn sweatshirts and other winter items at 2 convenient locations in town or donate online. Just go to salarmyomaha.org for all the details. That's salarmyomaha.org. Thank you for your support of the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive.
There's never been a better time to drive away with a Mazda CX-90 from Woodhouse Mazda, the first ever third row seating with 8 trims to choose from. And now you can get into a 2024 Mazda CX-90 and get 0.9% APR for 36 months, 1.9% APR for 48 months, 2.9% APR for 60 months, or 3.9% APR for 72 months. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra when financed with Mazda Financial Services. $299 doc fee due at signing, excludes PHEV models. Offer expires 10/31/23. See dealer for details.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Yeah, it's tight.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back to Lucky Bucket on a one-beer Friday just south of 120th and Giles off of Centennial Road. Come on by, grab yourself a 6-pack or a cold beer or a spirit from Cut Spike.
Yeah.
Looking forward to talking with the owner, Zach, here in a couple minutes just to get a little more insight into what's going on here. This is a huge place, and they're doing some remodeling here. They're going to get ready for a big re-grand opening next month. But it is open now. Come on by and say hi. Yesterday, we stuck a pin in this subject, but I wanted to get back into it. So Nebraska this week offered a couple of junior college players, one of which is Demas. I believe it's pronounced either Demas or Demas, D-E-M-A-S. He's a former 5-star, ended up going the JUCO route.
And that, by the way, there are people bullish on this being a commitment for Nebraska. And there will be some discussions to be had because he's had a lot of legal troubles in terms of assault in a former relationship. And that's not what this discussion is about, but something that we'll have to have a discussion about at some point in time.
Certainly. The question being that this is more the avenue that Matt Rule is going to go, junior college versus the transfer portal. And it got into a conversation about NIL and where NIL is and what Nebraska is prioritizing in NIL. There are some who are being aggressive with NIL, and they're trying to entice 4- and 5-star players from the high school ranks or from the portal to a program. There might be a belief out there. It's never been confirmed because, again, Matt Rule really can't talk about this.
Yeah.
Technically, they're not supposed to converse about how they use NIL, or technically they're not even supposed to be conversing with their NIL collective, which, again, all of this is just crazy NCAA-ishness.
Yep.
But the priorities of where Nebraska is placing its NIL assets, are they using it to fortify, to bring in new players, or is it to reward players that are already here? So in other words, we're not going to sign you to a big deal when you get here, but once you are here, we'll take care of you.
Yeah. And one of the things, so we talked about this yesterday, and I heard from one of my sources about this, just digging a little bit deeper. And the message was that he is obviously, and this is not breaking any ground, a huge locker room guy, big time locker room guy. And so the worry and concern, and I think that this is maybe an obvious kind of one-to-one, is throwing money, bringing in a player or players at a high dollar figure could create locker room issues. And that's something that he is concerned about. That's his philosophy. It's his philosophy. Matt Rule's philosophy on the portal and on roster construction. So this person, is happy. And I've had many discussions with this source about 1890, the 1890 of it all, if you will. And he said 1890, they are what they are. They're fine. This is a Rule thing, though. So if you're hoping that they're going to throw the big money at a transfer, he doesn't think that this is going to be the case.
And anecdotally, I've heard of evidence, shouldn't call it evidence, but anecdotally, I have heard that some of the things that we kind of scoffed at, or maybe not scoffed at, but we certainly discussed in the last couple of years as we just debated just the general concept of NIL was, well, what's it going to be like in the locker room when this player is getting X and another player is getting less than X?
Yeah.
And how that conversation is taking place. Can that be a thing that can fracture a locker room? And anecdotally, there have been stories out there of parents who have quipped about, well, hey, that player, that young player who's getting more than my kid isn't playing very well right now.
John, you would venture to guess, I would at least, after what happened with USC and Caleb Williams last week, there were probably parents of USC students and athletes on that team who were probably like, and he gets paid $12 million or whatever to throw that bad interception. Like that stuff happens. It happens in all levels of sports. You remember the conversation about Joe Burrow following the first couple of weeks of this season, and he just got that huge paycheck. But my mindset on it now, look, it's very easy for me to say, and I admit it because I'm not in those locker rooms. I'm talking on the radio about it. My mindset is that's eventually how life is going to be. So toughen up, Buttercup, right? Like you're going to have to deal with it. I imagine everyone that is listening to this has an employee or a coworker who makes more than them, and they view that coworker as overpaid. I think that's life, right? There's always going to be someone at your company, for the most part. Anyone at least listening to our show is like this. Someone is going to make more than you. It's how you deal with it. That's been my mindset. But, again, I'm not in a locker room, and there are a ton of egos in those locker rooms.
Well, not only there's egos, you got a lot of young people who are not ready maturity-wise to handle those types of conversations. And sometimes, and we've seen this many times in the past, we've got parents of those players who aren't mature enough to handle those types of situations. And so you're right.
I'm a 35-year-old. Like, it's okay. Like, I figured it out eventually.
Right.
This is how it's going to be. But it's an 18, 19, 20-year-old, especially when you're seeing all these articles with millions of dollars being thrown around in a bunch of different ways. You're like, whoa, I want a piece of that.
Well, and the other part of this is, and this is the other, the sketchy side of NIL is it's all hush-hush secret behind the scenes. Technically, nobody knows what anybody else is making because these aren't like pro football contracts where it's public, where if Aaron Rodgers signs a deal with the Jets, we know how much he's making because it's announced publicly. These are completely different. And so sometimes it can be hearsay. Sometimes it's accurate. Sometimes it's not. And I understand where Matt Rule is coming from the standpoint of, I'm trying to be a developmental program. I'm trying to be a program where we take raw material and we make them better football players. I get what he's trying to do here. The big challenge is, in this day and age, which is so different than it was in 2019, the last time that Matt Rule coached in college football, it has changed so much. Can that concept still work? Can you still maintain that level of, hey, we're not going to pay guys big up front. You're going to come into the program and then we'll take care of you. And it's not going to be a deal where, well, we need a 5-star quarterback. We got to go pay $5 million for a 5-star
And
quarterback.
to tie all this back to the current iteration of Nebraska football, it really is why these next 6 games are so vital, because if you are able to get to a bowl, look, even though I predicted it, you didn't. They'd be essentially ahead of schedule, because I think a lot of us collectively agreed if they miss a bowl game this year, it's going to be okay. They make a bowl game, there's proof of concept, they're ahead of schedule. I think we all know the current state of the roster. That's a data point, which has now become the phrase of the week for us. That's a data point the Rule can point to. Then the data point of getting guys into the NFL. Then you're able to recruit yourself. And that is the thing that this place has been missing so much. Pre-NIL and post-NIL. Pre-NIL, it was always just like, hey, come and join. You can be a part of it. Like, we can really start, we can make it happen. But they never were able to. And so they were always recruiting to an idea, a hope, if you will, a wish. If they're able to start doing that, then you're saying, hey, we've done it. And then if you start putting guys into the NFL, I mean, it does really allow you to unlock something. Look, like Caleb Williams, I think he was going to follow Lincoln Riley to USC regardless. Why do I believe that? Well, he followed him to Oklahoma. He went to Norman, Oklahoma. We can talk about how big of a superstar he is and how he makes more money at USC than he would make in the NFL next year. And like that very well might be true. But he also wanted to go play for the guy who gets guys to the pros. And so if Nebraska can start doing that, then Rule could still have his, I don't want to bring in a high-priced recruit mindset while still being able to build on the back end, which is, I think, what this program wants to do ultimately.
Star Wars Fiend has a question. What about stories of recruits I'm seeing on TV and reading about wanting upwards of $5K just to show up on campus as a recruit?
I have not seen this.
I have not either.
I would love to read this article, Star Wars Fiend, if you don't mind sending it our way.
Right. I mean, has it been done in the past where recruits were given money? Just
probably.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
Because remember, all NIL is all the stuff that used to be under the table. Now it's above the table.
It'd be pretty wild to bring in a guy on a visit. You know, you'd have to I would think you'd have to be really confident in your ability to land him. But I'm also guessing a lot of coaches would say, we're not going to pay you just to show up on our campus if there's no guarantee.
I would guess that if Matt Rule is taking this stance about not wanting to run the risk of paying a big high school recruit big money, I'm guessing they're not paying anyone to come and visit on campus either. Time will only tell if how this works out positively or negatively for Matt Rule.
100%.
And I'm sure there will have to be adjustments because this is still all new to him. I'm guessing that at times his head is probably spinning with all of the different things that take place with regards to NIL.
You wonder what the conversations are like for him behind the scenes with those that he trusts, just given how the sport has changed, how he viewed it a few years ago versus how he views it today. And you know, he obviously believes that his way of doing things is going to work. I don't think he would have come back to college if he didn't believe it. But will he be proven right or will he be proven wrong?
Still to come, we've got the movie club this week. Kent Wolgamont will be joining us in just a few minutes. But coming up next, we're going to talk a little more about what's going on here at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike Distillery here in La Vista. That's where we are right now. We are located just south of 120th and Giles, just off of Centennial. Come by, say hi, have a cold beer or a nice cocktail made with one of Cut Spike's handcrafted spirits.
Oh, so you have like the hand-picked recruits and then the handcrafted spirits.
And barrel-aged.
Oh.
Live from Lucky Bucket in La Vista, One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for my friends at Woodhouse Chevy. And right now, with fair prices, great selection, and friendly Woodhouse service, Woodhouse and Chevy. Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley, here to help put you in a new Silverado or Equinox. The Silverado 1500 is up to 13,300 pounds of max trailering. There's the 6-function multi-flex tailgate, lane departure warning, and so much more. If you visit Woodhouse in Missouri Valley today, save up to $6,000 off MSRP on a 23 Silverado 1500 LT, or save $4,500 off MSRP and get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months. Just have $299 doc fee due at signing. Or if you're looking for an SUV, the 24 Chevy Equinox, convenience, safety, style, and technology, hands-free power lift tailgate, forward collision alert, and teen driver technology so that those kids don't drive too fast. Lease a 24 Equinox for just $439 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year. Just have first payment and $299 doc fee at signing. Must have current GM or competitive lease at garaging address. Find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Visit woodhouse.com, see their full selection, or visit one of their great dealerships, because they got two. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley, or 112th in Dodge in Omaha. Offers expire 10/31/23.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
Husker fans, are you ready to score big savings on your tickets this season? When you need to find seats at Memorial Stadium, be sure to shop the best selection without the added fees at ticketsforless.com. That's right, Tickets for Less offers transparent pricing, meaning you never pay crazy high fees at checkout. Plus, save even more when you use promo code THEZONE at checkout today at ticketsforless.com. Every seat holds a story. Find yours at ticketsforless.com. Don't forget, Tickets for Less for the best concerts and events, and save now with the code THEZONE.
An estimated 80% of Americans aren't getting their recommended daily amount of physical activity. It's time to move and keep moving, America. And when you need help, physical therapists and physical therapist assistants are by your side. Be your own champion. Choose more movement. Choose better health. Choose physical therapy. Find out more information and a physical therapist at choosept.com/NE. Brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association of Nebraska.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
The pandemic is over, but COVID-19 is here to stay. In fact, it's still among the top 5 leading causes of death in the U.S., just after heart disease and cancer. This fall, stay up to date with the latest COVID-19 vaccines, just like you do with the flu, because you've got no time for 19. The vaccine may not be for everyone. Please consult with your doctor. Brought to you by Moderna.
And now a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive. And today expect mostly sunny conditions with a high on life that can only come from cruising down the road on 2 wheels. Kids will wave, dogs will bark, and cyclists in padded shorts will instantly regret their chosen mode of transportation. Whereas you, on the other hand, will look super duper cool. Back to you in the studio. This has been a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive, where every day's a beautiful day to ride with coverage from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Get a quote today and see what you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. Presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by J. Sennett Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back to Lucky Bucket. We've been here for 90 minutes, well, a couple hours actually, since we actually got in. It's time to have some of the lager.
Oh, the One Beer Friday begins.
I said this yesterday. This is my favorite local lager, and they've actually gone back to the original recipe. We've got the owner here at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike Distillery. It's a 2-in-1. Zach Tremert joins us, and you said you took this back to the original recipe.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, we took the Lucky Bucket pre-prohibition lager back to the original recipe. Even says so on the can. And so we're having a lot of fun with this beer.
How's the remodel going?
The remodel's going well. We are about 3/4 done. And so we are working towards our grand reopening November 17th. So tonight's fun, having the the sneak peek party tonight. People can still come out tonight till 6 o'clock. We've got Lucky Bucket Lager. We've got our Certified Evil, also brought back to the original recipe. And we've got our cocktails out here, our vodkas and whiskeys and whatnot. So we're having some fun.
I want to talk about Cut Spike, the distillery, because not only do you have your own barrel-aged whiskeys, but you got a brandy, I believe, correct?
Yep.
You got a vodka. You have a rum.
Yep.
Why did you decide to? Because sometimes, we see in some of the local distilleries, it's just about the whiskey. Why did you want to make a broader menu?
Because I knew I could. I love making spirits, and rum is the original spirit of America, and so we get Blackstap molasses down from Louisiana, bring it up, ferment it, distill it, and it's a lovely rum.
What have you seen in the beer scene, especially locally, over the last 5 years or so? I'm rocking a shirt today. I always wear it to our remotes. The Nebraska beer scene is rad. I always love breaking it out because it's been quite the explosion, especially in the last half decade or so.
Oh, it's been huge. I mean, when I started the brewing industry 23 years ago, there were, I think, 8 breweries in Nebraska. Now we have 72. I mean, it's just exploded, and there's a lot of people out in Nebraska making really good beer.
We are located just south of 120th in Giles. We're off of Centennial here, both Cut Spike and Lucky Bucket together. As part of this remodel, you're going to add a little bit of food to the menu coming early next year.
Yeah, probably, I would guess January. We'll have a small kitchen here. I won't consider us a restaurant. We're going to have small bites. So if you come out and have some beers or some spirits, you can get some small bites, some good stuff, enough to get you some calories.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to go back to the original recipes. Why did it change, and then why the change back?
I left here 11 years ago, and changes were made without me having my hands in it, and I loved that original beer. And so I thought, now that I'm back, let's go back to that original recipe. It did well back in the day, and people are really enjoying it now. It's really fun to share this beer again.
Talk about your experience, because I believe, did I hear you correct? You trained overseas. You learned overseas about the distilling industry?
Yeah, I did my undergraduate degrees in microbiology and chemistry, and I was pre-med in college, and the brewmaster for G. Holland Brewing Company came in our microbiology club and showed me what else I could do with my degree. I said, I'm doing that. My mom was a little disappointed, but she got over and started making vodka. But I knew how to make beer. I didn't know how to make spirits. And so I moved to Scotland and earned master's degrees about brewing and distilling. I learned to make whiskey from the absolute best and brought that back to Nebraska. And when I got back, there was no law that allowed for craft distilling. So I worked with the state legislature to allow for craft distilling. And I remember being at General Affairs, and I presented with a dude, we were going to increase excise taxes, increase jobs, increase Nebraska agriculture. And one of the state senators stood up and said, why wouldn't we vote for this? And so Nebraska craft distilling has been going on since 2007.
What is your favorite part about, just not to keep using the word craft, but like the craft of that all, whether it's the beer, whether it's the spirits? What's your favorite part about doing that?
Really looking at, the end flavor that we're going to, and looking at the water that we use and the raw materials that we use to really craft exactly what we're looking to do. One of the things that I'm trying to dispel is so many people think if their whiskey doesn't come from far away, it can't be good. I mean, at Brickway, we've run 6 international gold medals with our American single malt whiskey in the last 5 years. And so we're making international winning whiskey right here in Omaha, Nebraska. And I want people to know that your whiskey doesn't have to come from far away to be amazing.
Well, when you consider that the corn is grown here,
right?
And corn goes into a lot of, spirits and beers. Why not?
Absolutely. So our bourbon's been showing really well.
Yeah, I'm looking because you've got your Cabernet barrel, you've got a maple syrup barrel, and you even use the Certified Evil, one of your beers. You age some of your whiskeys in those barrels as well.
Yeah. So I mean, there's so many expressions that we can do within the knobs that we can turn to create flavor, and they've all turned out really nice.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like you have to feel like a kid kind of ahead of Christmas morning right now with just how close everything is getting in that big reopening on the 17th.
It's coming. We're less than a month out to have this place fully renovated. If you come out tonight and see it, you'll see we are still in full construction, and it's a little bit of a mess. And so I want people to see it as a mess, so when they come back on November 17th, you can see we really put it together.
Hey, it might be a mess, but the beer is good. The beer is cold.
And it's cold.
And the spirits are great. Give me your favorite cocktail using one of your spirits.
So I'm more of a savory guy than a sweet guy.
Okay.
So a Manhattan with the American single malt out here, the small batch, is a great cocktail. I love me a good Manhattan.
Awesome.
You can try that and many others here at Lucky Bucket. Now, do you have a full menu currently, or will that come after the grand reopening?
So right now, for what we're drinking, we have a cutback menu. So the beers we have are the pre-prohibition lager and the Certified Evil, and then we have about 5 cocktails. So it's pared back for today, but we will have a full menu on the 17th, and we will also bring in food trucks and bands, and it's going to be a fun party. I'll do tours all night long.
And that's coming up again in November
17th.
November 17th. That'll be here from what time?
We're going to do a ribbon cutting with all the mayors from Papillion, La Vista, and Ralston at 3:00, and then the party will go until everybody leaves. I got a hotel room. I know that I am not driving home.
Good. Exactly. This is a great place. They've got outside seating as well. Hopefully the weather's nice too, so maybe folks will take advantage of the outdoor seating, but there's a lot of room here inside on both ends, and I can't wait to see what this looks like when it is all finished, and especially once you get the food service coming. But if it's anything that compare with this beer, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic.
Awesome.
Zach Tremert, who is the owner here at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike. We're here south of 120th and Giles, just off of Centennial. Come on by. Got a couple of their great beers. Take a couple of these. Take a 6-pack or 2 of this lager with you for the game tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Hey, guys, thanks for having me on.
Thanks
for coming.
You're welcome.
Cheers.
That's Zach Tremert, the owner of Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike. Coming up next, Kent's Movie Club. Kent waiting in the green room. We will be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on a One Beer Friday, brought to you by Lucky Bucket on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on northbound 680 at Pacific, and that's causing stop-and-go traffic back to at least I-80. If you're south on 680, delays from Pacific to I-80. And then if you're east on I-80, we got slow going from 84th to 60th. Same goes on westbound I-80 from 84th to 680. and then some delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. SignworksOmaha.com.
Snap in action this NFL season with FanDuel. It's America's #1 sportsbook, and right now, new customers, listen up. You can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when all you do is place a $5 bet. Listen, the math is pretty good. $200 in bonus bets, win or lose.
And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, well, first of all, what have you been waiting for? There's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and much more. Visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. Again, that's FanDuel.com/zone. And kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800.
Rock from the darker side. Disturbed live. Among it down with the sickness. Take back your life tour. January 29th. CHI Health Center Arena. New album, Divisive. Available now. With special guest, Falling in Reverse. And Plush. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Disturbed live.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and head to your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Terrors of the night stalk among the trees. In the distance, fear awaits. A shriek, laughter, then silence. It's the season of darkness at the Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. Spend an hour with nothing to protect you but your own screams. Bring your group and witness unspeakable horrors that test every fiber of your nerves. Hayride and House combo $30 or $19 separately. The Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. BellevueBerryFarm.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie
is that time of week where we say hello to our good friend Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Hello, Kent.
Hello.
How's your week gone?
So far so good, but the fun starts tomorrow. So
I was going to ask you, and no, I won't be rude like some people and say, well, Kent, you've been to every game in Memorial
I would
Stadium.
never say that. I only say it to Sipple.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
that's true.
I wouldn't say it to Kent.
You have a favorite memory of Memorial Stadium?
I have several. I don't know that they're necessarily all related just to the stadium per se, right? Yeah, no. Like when I was in school, were you ever in the Mushroom Gardens?
I had never been there. I've always wanted to see it, and I've never been in the Mushroom Gardens.
We used to go down there and run during, it was a weird, I don't know what shape track, kind of
kidney, right? Like a kidney shape.
There you go. And yeah, we used to go down there and run. There was one time when Tom used to run when they practiced in the stadium, and then Tom had run around when the track was still inside. And I was in school and needed to get Mr. Osborne to speak with me when he didn't want to. So I chased him around the track one night.
You got your steps in that day.
Yeah. And I didn't get anything out of him, of course. I only irritated him really good, There are many. Let's see. Stadium. Oh, did you ever, in the old press box, walk down through the crowd to go to the locker room?
No, I did not.
That was treacherous because they were these outdoor stairs out of the south side of the press box.
Right.
And you had to walk down, and I about fell off of those once.
Yeah, because there was only one elevator in the press box that preceded the one that they're in now. There was one elevator, and it was slow. It was like the one at Old Rosenblatt. So most of the time, it was easier just to take the stairs and to snake your way through the West Stadium to get down to to where the press conference was.
So yeah, and then then they're like, I was standing on the sideline when the Oklahoma guy got completely blown up on a kickoff in
by Rude? Kelly Phelps?
By Rude, yeah. Kelly Phelps, couldn't think of his name.
Man, what a hit that had to be.
I was 15 yards from that, and I thought he killed him.
Yeah.
I have seen that play a bazillion times. I need to see if we can figure out which person on the sidelines is Kent.
Yeah, which side of the sidelines were you on? Because that happened in the north end.
Because it was right in front of you, right?
It was in front of corner. It was kind of directly in front of me, and there was a big stack of us there.
Right.
So I was probably 3 or 4 yards back from the sideline, and it was like right over here. Boom!
Is that the best game you've ever seen there, do you think? Or the most memorable, maybe, is the better way to phrase it?
I don't know, most memorable. The one that's memorable to me that nobody else ever mentions is Colorado, when the scoring explosion was
I was there.
And Colorado was ahead, 10-7, 10-3.
I think it was 14-12 or something like
14-12, and then Nebraska dropped 48 unanswered on them in the third quarter.
Oh,
good Lord.
And it all started because Colorado faked a punt from their own end of the field. It got blown up, and it just went bonsai.
Wow.
And I think there was a fumble on the ensuing kickoff. Here we go.
Buffalo cornerback Victor Scott later stated it was like someone dropped the atom bomb on us.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And they missed an extra point.
224. Good Lord.
They missed an extra point. It should have been 49 points in a quarter.
Right.
Wow.
All right. Well, let's get to the movie this week. It is The Pope's Exorcist, which just came out earlier this year. It's now streaming on Netflix. This was Nick's pick.
Yes, it was. It's about Father Gabriel Amort.
He was the Pope's head exorcist, Pope John Paul II, in like the 80s.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like,
the Pope
not
in this movie was not.
It's not him, but it's
Right.
based off of very, very loosely based off of this real life person who was an exorcist of the Pope. And there's some demon type of stuff happening.
Hence it being an Exorcist movie.
People forget. He goes to investigate, and there's conspiracy involving the Catholic Church and the Crusades, and it's a fun ride. I don't want to spoil too much. I kind of liked this movie.
Kent, did you see this when it first came out?
Yes, I did. And I liked it better this time.
Really? Why?
Because the first time I went in there thinking this was going to be a serious movie, right? Like about the real guy. There was a okay, this is very weird, but true. Billy Friedkin, we've talked about him before here. William Friedkin, the director who made Blue Chips, who I knew. One of Billy's last movies was a documentary about the real Exorcist guy.
Okay.
Based on. So I'd seen the documentary and I went, well, this could make a really interesting feature film. And 3 minutes into the movie, or 5 minutes, or 10, however long it was, like, well, this is a bunch of about this guy, right? It's not really even about him. And that sort of soured me on the whole thing, right? This time I watched it just for straight up entertainment value and enjoyed it a lot more. And
I equated it, Kent, to kind of like, I mean, it's not a great example, but it's kind of like an Indiana Jones movie.
A little bit. Or I've seen somebody compare it to a National Treasure type of movie, too.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be
a little not jovial.
Not jovial, but I don't know if campy is the right word.
I think campy is a good word, yeah.
The way I would put it, it is that it's an Indiana Jones meets the Da Vinci Code meets an Exorcist movie meets buddy comedy.
Yeah.
With the young priest. And you throw all those together and you end up with this. And it's so loosely based on the real Exorcist that, I mean, it's basically his name is about the only thing that, is reality based. And of course, it's set up for a sequel, isn't it?
Yes,
It certainly is.
yeah.
Are we getting 200 movies?
So Ken, I've never seen an Exorcist movie. I've never seen any of the Exorcist movies. So my dad was a pastor when I was a kid, and I think that maybe I just never had a desire. First of all, they didn't really want me watching those movies when I was like a teenager, and then I just never got around to them. So this was the first of a movie like this that I've ever seen before. I thought it was fine. It's definitely not my cup of tea, but I really did enjoy the Russell Crowe character. I thought that the campiness that John kind of described in the way that you just described it a couple of minutes ago, Kent, I thought that he played it very, very well. There was an aura, obviously, about him kind of wherever he went, going all the way back to some of his first scenes in the movie. And I thought that, I'm guessing that Russell Crowe had a lot of fun playing this character because he got to chew on some scenes at various points.
And it's one of his better performances of late as well, on top of that. Because of that, I think. Yeah, I agree with that. And without that, this movie is generic garbage, I think. You know what I mean? It
100%.
took that to carry it.
That was my biggest takeaway from this was, of all the movies we have seen in Movie Club, this one is near the top of the list in terms of the actor in it elevates it to the point where it's, I mean, without him, I mean, it'd be like the wins above replacement.
Nice.
If it was somebody else or a lesser actor, this movie would have landed flat with me. But the wins above replacement, having Russell Crowe in this character, made it so, because he did. When he was on screen, you paid attention. He grabbed you. As great actors do. And I think this movie benefited more from the actor playing the lead character than most of the other movies we've ever had here in Movie Club, because I don't think I would have enjoyed it if it would have been, just some other actor playing this part. But because it was Russell Crowe, and you're always kind of, because when you watch a movie with somebody who's been in a lot of pictures, and you always kind of look for how that person plays certain characters. And I thought, he was able to do it and play this Italian priest with the Russell Crowe flair, and it worked for me.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, without him, I would not have given this movie a good review. With him, I can see why, a sequel is possible, and apparently there might be one in development.
And what elevated it for me?
It's already on the way. Yeah. I mean, it didn't make a ton of money because no movie was making any money at that point, right? A big time, but it made 170 some odd million dollars. And this was not a high budget movie, by the way. It was all shot in Ireland, and none of that's the real Vatican. It was all shot in Ireland and on sound stages, and so it made money. And it's Netflix. It was obviously part of the production, and so they don't care if it didn't make a lot of money on theatrical, right? They get their viewers on streaming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What I liked the most about Russell Crowe's acting, obviously, that was very good. I liked the concept, the lore they introduced in like the last 10 minutes. I thought visually was kind of badass, but the writing kind of bugged me a lot. There were some points where they were swapping between English and Italian, and the points where they did kind of like, oh, we're going to talk in English because of this.
And they always would announce it. Hey, we're going to talk in English now.
Not always, though. And it actually bugged me more when they didn't announce it, because it's like, why else would this Italian priest and this Spanish priest be talking in English when they're not around the English family?
Because it's going to be on Netflix.
It just seemed so inconsistent, because just use subtitles at that point, which you did use subtitles for over half of the movie anyway. Just that did bug me. That's kind of it's a nitpick. I don't know if it's a pick for sure.
Well, I would say, I mean, and I don't mean to do this to like poo-poo on your movie selection, but like, I mean, it's kind of like I don't know. I wasn't surprised that there were like, I don't know if that's an inconsistency more than it's just laziness on behalf of the movie.
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised by that kind of laziness because they want it to feel as, they want to open their arms wide for as many people as possible.
I got why they did it. It just bugged me.
Well, and I think another reason they did it, and if you think about it, if you're going to go all Italian and Spanish in those scenes, you're putting a load on Russell Crowe, who is not
to learn the language. Yeah, for sure.
And that may have been the biggest issue of all, because
I did see, Kent, that one of the critiques was that his Italian wasn't good.
I'm sure it wasn't.
As one who doesn't speak fluent Italian, I thought when he did, I was impressed, because I mean, anyone that can speak a second language or a third language, I'm impressed by. So I guess if there were certain phrases that he was getting out of order, or his accent wasn't perfect,
I'm sure it was.
I didn't notice it.
I'm sure it was probably accent and cadence in the language, because he could have memorized the tone, right? The words. He just couldn't, he's just not going to be a native speaker. And so I think that was part of the reason why they bailed out so quickly into English.
Kent, why do you think movies about exorcism have such like a place in our pop culture? Like another one of the actual Exorcist movies just came out, and apparently it was terrible. But that's how many of those movies have we seen? There will be more of them. Why do you think that this genre sits or hits us so well in American culture?
Go back to Billy Friedkin's original The Exorcist. Okay. That's, I guess, would be the reason it does. Because at its time, it was as gripping a supernatural, I guess you could call it, thriller as had been made, and all the religious undertones to it really connect with the U.S. is compared to Western Europe in particular is a very religious country, and you fold that into this movie, into the Exorcist thing, and you get this whole thing, because then it has all those elements in it, and it has the ongoing impact because that first one was so good. That movie is great. It's from like the early 70s, I believe, and it's
nominated for the Academy Award.
Yeah, watch it. I just watch it, and if you do see it, here's a nifty little. Has nothing to do with this movie, but it's absolutely terrifying if you know The Exorcist. And when I lived in DC, it was shortly within 5, 6, 7 years after the movie came out. The movie was all filmed in Washington, DC. Okay. And there's a staircase that plays a prominent role in the movies. That staircase runs almost straight down to Wisconsin Avenue as it runs through it's not Wisconsin, whatever avenue it is that runs through the main avenue, the east-west that goes through Georgetown, right? I mean, it's right there. So I'm walking down there one time I lived a little north of there to go. So I walk past the Georgetown campus and get there and look down those stairs like, holy crap. So I used to take people there and freak them out, because we go to the bars in Georgetown, right? And get about halfway there and then walk them past those staircases and they just flip out.
It's like walking past the Bates Mansion.
Exactly.
You know? Severe, by the way, Ken says 36th Street. Is that where they were on 36th Street?
Yep.
Another fun OG Exorcist movie connection. Mm-hmm. Russell Crowe was doing some research into the life of Father Amorth, and he found out that was actually his favorite movie.
Really?
Yeah, the Exorcist movie.
Which is probably why he let Friedkin do the documentary about him.
Interesting.
That makes sense.
Well, The Pope's Exorcist is on Netflix.
It's fine. It was more compelling to me toward like the last half hour where all the story stuff kind of came together.
Yeah.
I wanted more of that, but
no, I mean, again, I thought, having Russell Crowe definitely helped. And it wasn't a slow watch. I mean, it moved along. It's only an hour.
That director, boom, there's nothing slow about it. It's bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, it hopped right into the story too, which was nice. It didn't really set any tables early on.
Oh, one more quick trivia thing. Sorry, Kent. I dug into the movie a bit. When he was driving the Ferrari scooter, that's not a thing that Father Amorth actually did. Russell Crowe just took inspiration from all these other priests in the Vatican he'd see driving the Ferrari scooter, so he just added that to the character.
Nice.
Just because.
I didn't even know Ferrari made scooters.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing that without spoiling everything, how about that ending in which that has to do with the two females in a Catholic movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're Catholic.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, if you're a sensitive Catholic, you probably didn't like it, but I'm not.
You're not.
So it didn't bother me, and it's just part of the telling of the story.
It's a movie.
And it's a movie.
It's a movie.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue with it.
Yeah. The Pope's Exorcist.
It's on
Kent,
Netflix.
Have you seen Killers of the Flower Moon yet?
I have not. There was
wow! I've seen a movie before. Kent Walgamot.
Do that thing he does to you.
What? What? Yeah, that I actually am surprised. Is it because it's 3.5 hours long and you're trying to figure out when you can make the time?
No, because I had a concert last night.
Okay.
The man reviews music too.
That's true. I'm interested, Kent, in your thoughts on it. I thought the performances were very good, but I don't know if I would describe it as an entertaining movie, if that makes sense.
Oh, I don't even have to see it to know that you're probably right about that. You know,
especially if you know the story about the Osage tribe. And I had read Killers of the Flower Moon, so I knew what I was getting myself into. But man, it's a tough hang, and it just doesn't have the usual Marty Scorsese like. I mean, obviously the soundtrack isn't going to be the soundtrack of normal, and it's just not. It's not funny. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts though when you've had a chance to see it.
Yeah, I'll see it in the next few days. Yeah, I would have gone last night, but I got to go see Rod Wave at the Pinnacle Bank Arena. So there you go.
Is that what was going on? I was wondering as I came back into town, the traffic was backed up.
That would be because it drew a very large contingent from Omaha, that show.
Okay, there you go. Well, that is the Pope's Exorcist. It is on Netflix for next week.
What are we watching,
Is it
Mr.
gonna be a spooky movie?
Done
John?
his homework
Well,
already?
it is.
What's it on? What's it on, John?
It's on HBO Max.
Okay.
But just Max.
It is 49 years old. It is Young Frankenstein.
Oh, I've never
Frankenstein.
Or Frankenstein.
I've
movie.
never seen this movie.
What?
Thank you, Kent.
I love this movie
Thank you,
so
Ken.
much.
I think I have it on Blu-ray. I think I got it for Christmas one
And
time.
you haven't watched
and
it?
I just never got around
Josh.
to it.
Are you sure you got it, or did you
I
just
swear.
steal it from?
No, my uncle.
Did you just steal it from John Niatawa and never returned?
No, you jerk. You
Okay.
jerk.
Young Frankenstein. It's on Max.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we figure spooky season, Halloween's coming up,
Keep the
but
streak.
yeah, and I don't believe we've never done a Mel Brooks movie.
We've done a few, right?
Yeah, we
History
have.
of the World Part 2.
No,
Or Part
we
1?
never did history. If we did it, it wasn't when I was here.
Well, get out the list. Get out the list.
I
Just-
looked,
I
and I
don't
don't.
think we've ever done a Mel Brooks movie. We never did
I don't
Space.
we
think
do
so.
History
haven't-
of the World.
No,
I
we
thought
have
you
not
might
done
have.
History of the World. We've not done Blazing Saddles.
Or Spaceballs.
Didn't
What's the
do
movie that I always? What's the movie that I always think that we did that it's not History of the World? What was the movie that it's like? It's one of those. I didn't find it very funny, but it's a comedy.
I don't
Brian, Life of
Oh, Life
Brian.
of Brian.
I didn't like
That's
Life of
Monty
Brian.
Python. That's
Monty
Yeah.
Python.
different than Mel
Okay.
Brooks.
Just a little.
Okay.
Just a little. So Young Frankenstein on Max.
All right.
All right, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the christening of Memorial Stadium tomorrow. Kent, what is your score prediction?
Oh, let's say Nebraska 24-17.
24-17.
That's the over, right? That'd be the over.
That would be.
What is the total?
Total is 40.
Well,
I
it's
had it a
if
minute
it's
ago.
bigger than
It's
40.
close. It's very close
Okay,
to the
so maybe
total.
a slight under.
And Northwestern covers. Do we have Evil Kent's prediction?
Uh-oh. I don't think Joey knows about
Does
this.
Joey know where
I
Evil
forgot to
Kent?
mention that, Joe.
No!
It's on the wall. Who's James Bryant? James Bryant. Click
I
that.
could see 52-38 or something like that.
Well
Probably Nebraska.
done.
There he is.
Look
Good
at
job.
Joey.
Good job,
Great
Joey.
work, Joey.
By the way, Evil Kent also may have been exercised at one time. And not the kind of exercise that real Kent did when he was chasing Tom Osborne.
That
There
would
you
be
go.
now that would be 90 total points. Has either one of these teams scored 90 points this year total?
Barely.
Barely, if they have
Barely.
barely. Yeah, not. It won't be. It probably won't be that many points. But hey,
No.
what another great memory in Memorial Stadium if it did happen
And the
tomorrow.
best part about memories,
Making them. Let's make some memories.
Kent, we'll see you up in the press box tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Friday.
And hopefully we're not up there for like 4 hours. Like run the ball, please.
I think they will.
Let's get some running.
I think they will.
Plus, it's a BTN game, right? So this could be a 3-hour special. That'd be
Oh,
nice.
that's right. The last BTN game, they did
They're
commercial on
fat,
top of
dude,
commercial.
but it's fast because they got to
Okay.
catch up. They got to catch up.
All right, we're fine.
Yep.
Kent, we'll see you then.
If I can't,
That's Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Young Frankenstein on Max.
I have triggered Michael. He says which in his phone because he does voice to text, and so his voice to text will censor him. So it says which M and then 1,000,000 stars. He meant mother.
Yeah.
Confused Monty Python with Mel Brooks. Michael,
Yeah,
that would be me.
I'm guessing Michael's not a fan.
That would be
I don't think
me.
Michael's a fan of Monty Python.
I just
but-
thought that Life of Brian was History of the World.
No.
I'm not confusing the directors. I'm confusing
Yeah.
the annoying
Right.
like I didn't like Life of Brian. Stibbs and I hated that movie. That was a COVID special.
I liked it.
What's wrong with Monty Python?
I just thought that movie sucked.
Wow.
I did like what's Holy Grail.
Grail.
I think Holy Grail's funny.
Amazing movie.
Yeah. But I look forward to Young Frankenstein, which I think I might own on Blu-ray.
Frankenstein.
I'm going to check it out when I get home.
It's Frankenstein.
I'm going to look. So you've already watched this movie?
Yeah.
I've seen this movie so many times.
Yeah.
Work ahead, John. Unreal.
The sad thing about it is like the first 5, because when they roll the credits at the beginning, the first 5 people in it are all dead now.
Well, it was made
all
50
gone.
years ago, right?
49.
I mean, people die.
I know.
That's how the world works.
But Gene Wilder was a young man then. We lost Gene Wilder.
This movie and
we lost Peter Boyle.
Spider-Man were my first favorite non-cartoon movies as a child.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, that'll be next week. Football.
Yeah, we got to start previewing it, John. We need to dive into it. We've talked about cheaters. We've talked about movies. We've talked about delicious brews. It's time. We got a big weekend of games. We have Nebraska looking to go to 4-3. Nebraska is looking to go above 500 for the first time in over a calendar year. Over a calendar year since they were above 500.
They haven't been over 500 in the second half of a season since
2019. They were 4-3 after a
right.
loss, after the hoodie game, if I remember right.
That's right.
So it's been a while.
But that's only one time since 2016.
Yes. They have not been a team that likes going above 500.
More on the weekend in college football, and of course our key party, our trends, our predictions for Nebraska Northwestern. We are live at Lucky Bucket, where they make beer.
Nice.
And spirits.
1620
The Zone.
The Connor Haarberg Show.
So let me tell you a couple of the things that happened to Memorial Stadium as they were building it. Rain plagued the project. At one point, there were 6 feet of water inside the stadium. 2 months before the stadium was set to open, a tornado destroyed some of the wooden forms used to pour sections of the concrete stands.
Material was picked up and moved, and in some places the wind dipped down below the surface of the ground and picked up heavy material and tossed it about like eggshells.
I like when they compare stuff to stuff.
The Connor Haarberg Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast will include clear skies along with comfortable conditions. After sunset, temperatures will be cooling into the upper 50s. For tonight, I'm tracking a morning low of 48 degrees. Waking up with a lot of sunshine for your Saturday. By the afternoon, breezy at times with afternoon highs approaching the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, heads up, that crash on northbound 680 just past Pacific has traffic stopped all the way back to I-80, so keep left through there. Also, stop and go traffic if you're east on L Street from 36th to the JFK. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd. Same goes on westbound I-80 between 60th and 680. And then if you're south on 680, delays from Dodge to Center. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
At Lanahaw, our homegrown trees boast the most vibrant colors of fall, reds, yellows, and oranges. Shop our garden center today for the best selection of plant material and seasonal decor. When you think fall, think Lanahaw, 192nd and Center.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Creighton Sports Update.
The 2023 home regular season comes to a close for Creighton men's and women's soccer this weekend. Join us at Morrison Stadium for a pair of senior days. First, with the men's team competing tomorrow versus the Yukon Huskies at 2:30 p.m. The women's senior day will take place on Sunday against the Xavier Musketeers at 1 p.m. Come celebrate the senior classes for both programs by purchasing your tickets today at gocreighton.com/buy.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferys. Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
The Kool-Aid is the soul.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to Lucky Bucket, just south of 120th and Giles, off of Centennial. Come by, enjoy one of their Lucky Bucket lagers or the Resident Evil, or they've got a few of their
Resident Evil.
Did I say Resident Evil?
Yeah, that's a video game.
It's not Resident Evil. You're not getting a video game. It's Certified Evil.
Certified Evil. It's just a misfit.
That'd be funny if it was Resident
Evil. Nick has probably played that game in his day.
Oh, you know he has.
By the way, speaking of Certified Evil and speaking of the lager, those, along with a super comfortable, awesome, and I'm guessing very warm beanie, will be available to our lucky contestant who tweets at us with the hashtag OneBeerFriday. At the end of the night, Nick will choose somebody at random, and they're going to win 2 six-packs and the hat. So it might feel like summer today, but friends, winter will be here before you know it. Winter is coming, as someone once said many times. This hat, I'm serious. This hat, I touch insanely comfortable. I didn't put it on my head. I don't want to do that for our winter, but very, very warm. Very, very warm.
So send us a pic of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. We'll hook you up with a couple of 6-packs of Lucky Bucket's amazing beer and the toque or the cap or the beanie or the stocking cap, whatever you call it, the Lucky Bucket version. That'll be your prize this week. Nick will pick one at the end of today. So even if you don't get one in right away, don't worry about it. Houston is up 1-0 early on against Texas.
Rats.
They've already won 2 in a row. They're going for 3 in a row. And take the series back to Houston, needing only to win 1 to return to the World Series. Well, we have a good slate of games this weekend in college football. Let's start with Penn State and Ohio State. Then we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll look at the regular schedule because this is the game of the week. And certainly when it comes to trying to pare down which teams are going to end up playing in the college football playoff, this is one of those games. Very likely that the loser of this game is going to have an uphill climb. Now, it's still possible that we could get all 3 teams beating each other, which would cause the massive chaos that a lot of us are hoping for. But Ohio State hosting Penn State. The spread is 5.5 in favor of the Buckeyes. 45.5 is the total. And the conversation around this is Penn State's defense rated top 5 in a lot of the metrics, but they haven't played a great schedule. The best offense they have seen is West Virginia, and that was all the way back in week 1. I mean, UMass, nothing to write home about. Northwestern, nothing to write home about. Illinois, nothing to write home about. They haven't really played it. Iowa, certainly nothing to write home about when it comes to offense. But on the other side, Ohio State, this is not the same Ohio State team as last year. You wonder if this team has the explosive ability to penetrate through that Penn State defense. And so really when you look at it, it's perceived strength against a offense that we're still trying to figure out, are they really good? And I think that's what makes this matchup very, very interesting.
It's that it's 2 teams loaded with a ton of questions. You know, we've spent various moments this week, including earlier with Ralph Russo talking about the Penn State deep ball. They have not done well with the deep ball. As Bill Connolly pointed out today, Drew Aller, he's taken over for a veteran, and in some aspects of what he's doing at quarterback, he has improved upon that multi-year starter. Completion percentage, lack of interceptions, the interception rate, the touchdown rate. But, man, they are just not going downfield. There was the awkward question and answer between Corey Geiger and James Franklin about, well, have you just thought about telling him to throw the ball up? And Franklin obviously didn't like that question. I do think that they're going to need to go deep in this one if they're going to, potentially beat Ohio State. Meanwhile, on the other side, man, like we've been wondering about this Ohio State offense, and they are now down a lot of key pieces. Marvin Harrison Jr., though, is one of the players that is not going to be out tomorrow. But Kyle McCord, I think that he has been, I don't know, John, I don't even think inconsistent is the right word. He hasn't been a first-round pick, and they have had first-round quarterbacks for over a half decade now, and we have gotten very used to seeing competent, high-level quarterback, and even their last non-first-rounder, it was J.T. Barrett, a multi-year starter who had a tremendous career at Ohio State. I feel like he could be had. I feel like the Penn State defense could get him with the pass rush. On the other hand, though, they will have the best player on the field, and his name is Marvin Harrison Jr. Can they get him the football, and can they get him the football in space?
We don't know. I mean, we talk about Nebraska's situation at running back. Ohio State's is shaky as well, the difference being they are a deeper running back room, certainly than Nebraska is, but not sure if Henderson's going to play. Mine Williams and Chip Trainum, they have been out. So where does Ohio State get running yards? And we know how important that is to helping a quarterback out, especially if things are difficult. But going back to that, Penn State needing to throw it deep, Ohio State has seen 22 passes of 20-plus yards downfield thrown against them. But the opponents have only completed 2.
Incredible.
So you've got a team that struggles to throw it deep or is hesitant to throw it deep against a defense that has been very lenient in allowing teams to throw it deep. There's a lot of different elements to this game. The line I thought that was really funny from Bill Connolly was, because of the lack of explosive plays, Bill described Penn State as a service academy because it's a team that, pretty much just tries to grind you out and, piecemeal their way down the field, 3, 4, 5 yard plays at a time, and work their way slowly and methodically down the field. The total on this is 45.5. I wonder if the safest play in this game is the under, based on the questions of Ohio State's offense against that defense, but then also Penn State's offense not being able to put up a lot of points in most of these situations.
Yeah, and Bill hit on it at the very end of one of his little sections. The Buckeyes have yet to allow more than 17 points this season. Of course, Penn State has yet to score fewer than 32. I do think that this could turn into quite the defensive game between these two sides as this three-way begins between these Big Ten East schools. And I wonder if Penn State is able to finally get over the hump. It's been 5 years. 5 years ago this season, Penn State played Ohio State at home. It was 2 years after that famous game where they beat Urban Meyer, and they blew it again. They had a lead. They got off to a great start. This game was on in the studio the other day. They got off to a great start. They were up 2 scores. Ohio State wins. And that was the moment where Franklin made his famous, great to elite comparison in the postgame, that it was easier to become a great program than it was to become an elite program. And, John, that's now 5 years ago. Like, it's a program that we were waiting for that next breakthrough following 2016. And it just hasn't happened. And this is another season where very much on the table is Penn State winning 10 games, but losing 2 to the best teams, and those teams are Ohio State and Michigan, and us kind of wondering, so what are you? What are you as a program right now? On the other hand, this is an Ohio State program that has also gotten, certainly a lot of flack. We've had a lot of fun with it and joked about it. They overcame a lot in that win over Notre Dame earlier this year. That is easily the most impressive win of any of the big three in the Big Ten Conference. so far this season. They were able to overcome that. Can they lean on that? Can they lean on some of that physicality that they showed late in that game to pick up that touchdown on the literal last play of the game?
The weather should not be a factor. Mostly cloudy, 60 degrees, light winds. So a beautiful fall day in Columbus. Should be fairly neutral conditions tomorrow at noon Eastern, 11 o'clock. Of course, big noon kickoff from Fox for Ohio State and Penn State. When we come back, we'll take a look at the best of the rest, including another big matchup in the ACC, showdown in the SEC, and really an elimination game in the Pac-12. That, and then we get into Nebraska Northwestern for the happy hour. We are live at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike Distillery here in La Vista, just south of 120th and Giles off of Centennial. Come on by, say hi, grab yourself a cold beer or a beautiful, delicious cocktail, and enjoy a One Beer Friday with us on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Final weekend, announcing the 42 Degrees Botanical Bonanza. We're planting all kinds of low prices all over the store at every location. Save up to 50% on Delta, CBD, and Kratom. You heard right, up to 50% on all our CBD, Kratom, and Delta 8 products. Get to 42degrees.com. Then stop by and talk to the most knowledgeable, friendly, and professional staff. It's a botanical bonanza at your source for all your premium Kratom, Delta 8, and CBD. By your mom's house.
Rock from the darker side. Disturbed live. Down with the sickness. Take back your life tour, January 29th. CHI Health Center Arena. New album, Divisive, available now. With special guest, Falling in Reverse. And Plush. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Disturbed live.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up autosave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Autosave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs. And there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. John and Josh back here at Lucky Bucket, south of 120th and Giles in La Vista for One Beer Friday, which commences here very shortly, though, with a lot of the folks that are already here. They've already had a beer or two.
Uh-huh.
And a delicious cocktail made with one of Cut Spike's distilled spirits. Best of the rest this weekend in college football. Of course, tomorrow night, Saturday Night Football, Duke is at Florida State. Duke's been one of the great stories of the year.
Dude, there's a real world where they have one fewer loss coming into this game.
Yeah, they're undefeated.
We're talking about an undefeated Duke team. Of course, we know what happened, 2-3 weeks ago against Notre Dame in that game at home. And I think that's the place to begin the conversation because remember what happened in that game? Riley Leonard got banged up. And I don't know, man. I kind of feel, and I wanted to ask this of Ralph earlier and just didn't have a chance, just feels a little damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they put Riley Leonard out there on the field, I worry about him not being mobile enough and it being a disaster. On the other hand, I don't think they can beat Florida State without him. So you're caught in a bit of a pickle if you're Mike Elko and the Duke Blue Devils.
Elko did say that Leonard was back at practice yesterday, but again, with him and his legs being such an important part of what they do, he can't, if he's anything less than 90%, I don't think he's going to be effective enough against that Florida State defense.
Yeah.
They've got to have him and his mobility. That's what makes him dangerous. They run the ball well, even without Riley Leonard, but, it's that playing 11-on-11 football that makes everyone play them honest. You look at what Duke has done this year, and their running backs have averaged 6 yards a carry. And Leonard averages 6.9 yards a carry. But you take that part of it away, and Duke becomes a much different football team. Really, with Florida State, it's, if Florida State shows up to play, they should win this game.
I think so, too.
And should win it easily. I mean, it's a 2-touchdown-plus spread. It's 14.5.
Florida State's good.
And Florida State is a good team.
They played with their food a little too often for my liking this season. But I still look back on what they did against LSU as a potential, as for what they can do. But they also played way down to Boston College. I thought they played way down to Clemson. They had the Boston College game in control for the most part. They did not have the Clemson game in control. They very well could have one loss on their ledger right now, and they're fighting for their playoff lives. That said, just because of the quarterback situation at Duke in this one, I do like the Noles, and I don't know if I would. I'm not going to lay the 14 in real life, but I do think that they're going to win this one semi-comfortably.
In the SEC, we mentioned it yesterday. It's a complete role reversal from last year's game. Last year's game was a game with a total of around 100 points, and it was an epic matchup. Won finally by Tennessee, ending a 15-year losing streak in the game historically always played on the third Saturday in October. This year, forget about it. If this game's total is 51 points, which was how many points Tennessee scored in the win last year, that might be a mild upset because these are two of the best defenses around. Tennessee is 12th in points allowed per drive. Alabama is 15th. Obviously, Alabama's been trying to get themselves right offensively. They looked okay in the first half last week against Arkansas, and then
they let them back in.
Then they fell asleep at the wheel, and Arkansas is not particularly a good team. I do wonder, as Ralph Russo mentioned when he had him on a couple of hours ago, how much did last year's game and the emotions of that play into Alabama and them wanting revenge. Nick Saban, I watched his radio show last night. He was imploring the fans in Tuscaloosa, hey, our kids feed off your energy. We need you to bring the noise, which is not something you see Nick Saban do very often. You mentioned it earlier, Josh. You think Nick Saban really enjoys coaching this team. Sometimes when you had it so good for so long, you like a different challenge, and this has been a different challenge. It is not an Alabama team blessed with a lot of great NFL-ready skill players currently on offense, but the defense is still an Alabama-caliber defense. But those struggles have made the challenge rather unique for him, and I think he likes the idea of coming into this game with not an underdog mentality, but certainly a mentality of, hey, we want to get these guys back.
More blue-collar, maybe, if anything,
Yes.
than what we've seen from Alabama over the last half decade or so. You look at the quarterbacks in this game, Jalen Milroe, Joe Milton III. I think that this one comes down to whoever blinks the most times, or maybe even who blinks first. Joe Milton, dude has a cannon for an arm, and yet this is not a team that's throwing the ball deep a whole lot. But he was very mistake-prone, whether it was a couple of years ago when he was Tennessee starter, whether it was back in the COVID year with Michigan when he was their starter. Meanwhile, Milroe, he has also had his struggles at times this year. Remember, he didn't even start or even play in that USF game. I think whichever of these quarterbacks makes the most mistakes, I think that is what's going to cost them. It is wild just to think about how last year's game had all those points and how this year's it's kind of going to be the inverse of it. And it's going to come down to those mistakes, who's able to turn turnovers into 3 points or maybe even 7 points. Just a much, much different matchup. Not really what I expected from Tennessee this year. I thought that they would be solid on offense again, but maybe a bit more mistake prone. They're winning all these games with their defense right now.
The next game, and I'm looking on my FanDuel Sportsbook, the line has not been up today.
The Michigan game?
On Utah USC.
Oh, so some Cam Rising stuff.
That's what I'm thinking. I looked at it this morning. It wasn't there. I just refreshed it. I don't see it there. If I'm missing something, let me know. But this line.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is.
All right.
USC -7.
Wow. Must be something in my cache that's backing it up a little bit because, yeah, it's not showing up.
Yeah, USC is a 7-point favorite.
All right, so it's still a USC 7-point spread. USC in the first half of this season, or the first 3 games of this season, was beating Bill Connelly's SP Plus projections by basically a touchdown a game. So whatever Bill expected the game to be, USC was bettering that by a full touchdown, which is pretty impressive. But in the last 4 games, they have underachieved the projections by nearly 3 touchdowns a game. So it has been a wild swing from really good to really not good. And last week was just kind of the icing on the cake, where you're playing a rivalry game against Notre Dame, and the turnovers piled up, and Notre Dame blew USC out of the water.
Yeah.
I had a feeling a game like that was coming.
I just didn't think it was going to be that one.
I didn't know if it would be that one.
I kind of thought it was going to be this one, to be honest.
But it happened last week. Caleb Williams defending his Heisman Trophy. I mean, really, at this point, he's not going to win it.
No,
he's not going to win it unless he starts an amazing run. And they've got a chance against all of these ranked conference foes.
Yeah, they're going to have the schedule to allow him to do it.
But of all the defenses they're going to see, this one's going to be the toughest. And Williams last year, you know, they had the 1-point game in Salt Lake City that was won by the Utes. But then last year in the Pac-12 championship, it was a beatdown.
Yeah, their defense did not play Utah. That it did not play very well in the first matchup. You know, buoyed by a Caleb Williams injury early on in the Pac-12 championship game, they played so much better. This one, in my opinion, is going to come down to that USC defense. Can they do enough? And Utah's offense has been bad this year, but they got to be able to get some of those stops in this one, because I think that Utah's defense is going to make Caleb Williams' life hellish at times. I think, too, man, like, you wonder if last week can be a bit of a wake-up call for the USC offense for Caleb Williams. Like, his numbers are still on paper very, very good. Something has just seemed a little off, at least lately. You wonder how much of that, John, is has he been like coasting? Have they been coasting a little bit at times? But I mean, the Colorado game, it certainly in hindsight seems like the warning signs were there. They go to overtime, or triple overtime versus Arizona. And then we see what happens last week. So last week, I guess, does it turn into a fork in the road for the good? Or is this the beginning of USC piling up some L's? Because there's a very, very real world where we're talking about the 8-4 USC Trojans, which would be the most losses that a Lincoln Riley-led team has ever had in the regular season.
I did want to mention one other game, and it's, believe it or not, the game that's going to be going on opposite Ohio State, Penn State over on CBS. It's Air Force and Navy. And the reason I mention it is Air Force just lost their quarterback, Zach Larrier. He is out. Air Force right now is the undefeated team in the group of 5 who is in pole position to make a New Year's Six bowl. But if they go on the road at Navy having to adjust to a new quarterback situation and they fall, well, that last spot in the group of 6 bowl games, Liberty is out there waiting. Maybe Tulane gets back into the race, the MAC champ, Toledo, or Miami. So if you're looking for a second game to watch opposite Ohio State, Penn State, you might want to check out KM3 or Channel 10 in Lincoln for Air Force at Navy, because there could be an upset brewing here, and that could open the door to some other teams maybe sneaking in as the group of 5 representative.
Not to mention, so Army and Navy, the idea of that rivalry built on respect and all those things. Those schools do not like Air Force. And so this one can maybe be a little bit nastier than the one that we're going to watch at the very end of the season, the day of the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
Any other games you're interested in tomorrow?
Yes, there is. Let me pull up the schedule real fast just to see which one it was. I mean, obviously, the game at 11 a.m. is the one that I am most excited for. I know I mentioned this earlier in the week, but Texas at Houston, I'm just a little curious about the atmosphere, given that Houston has waited and waited and waited to finally get to host them. And of all the years for it to happen, it's like now when their coach is on the hot seat and they stink. I'm not going to be watching that. I'll be calling soccer actually at the same time, but I'll certainly check in on the highlights afterwards. And look, man, we spent a bunch of time on it the last 2 days because of the scandal, but I'm always curious about Michigan and Michigan State. I was going to be curious about it this year because of what happened last year. It's in East Lansing. I feel like it's going to be nasty. I feel like there's going to be some real potential bad stuff that happens. Not to mention, I think Michigan's going to smoke them. So I'm curious for that. And then one more. I'll give you one more. I'll give you 3 games. Washington off of the huge win. Thankfully for them, in my opinion, they're at home. If they had to travel to Arizona State, could we be talking about take Arizona State, maybe watch out for an upset? You could still talk me into taking Arizona State in the points. But Washington, look, they have cleared the first big hurdle. They're going to have more to come, but they cleared the first one, and now they have a huge come-down spot. Late game for them. It's going to be a 7:30 kickoff. We know how these West Coast schools feel about these late kickoffs. They're not fans of them. But this is a legit national championship contender. And so anyone who didn't know about them, they know about them now. And so I think that's a fun late night Pac-12 after dark kind of game just to dip in and out of as you're maybe squinting in your bed as you're falling asleep.
All right, it is time for the main event. You thought I meant Nebraska Northwestern. No, it's One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And today we're going with yet another Lucky Bucket Prohibition lager and a shot.
Oh!
Did you get your shot? Yeah, you got your shot.
There it is.
Yeah, with one of their Cut Spike single malt American whiskeys. Yeah, a beer and a shot coming up for One Beer Friday live at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike in La Vista, south of 120th and Giles, just off of Centennial. We're going to preview Nebraska Northwestern. We'll start with the betting trends, the keys, predictions, all coming up this hour, the happy hour, brought to you by Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild from Lucky Bucket on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. You might be making the trip down to Lincoln tomorrow, and if you're going to be there, man, the seats, you might be high up in the sky. You're looking to see all the action down on the field. Kugler Vision can help you do so because they can help sharpen up the vision for you. They could do so by next week, and it might be possible. The first step, though, is to reach out to Kugler Vision for a consultation with one of their doctors. So you can't do it by the game tomorrow, but there's still more home games to come, including one next weekend. Give them a call at 402-558-2211 or visit their website, kuglervision.com. Don't forget as well about the easy, affordable monthly payment options. You can get the vision fixed and still then pay for the tickets to that big game in Lincoln, and you will be blown away by the efficiency of everything. Appointment availability, advanced technology, speedy recovery time. We're talking about fast, effective results. Again, go to their website today. It's kuglervision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on northbound 108th at Crown Point Avenue. An earlier accident on northbound 680 just past Pacific, still causing stop-and-go traffic from I-80. We've got a crash on eastbound I-80 at L Street, and then stop-and-go traffic on southbound 84th between Center and I-80. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
It doesn't matter if you live in Iowa, Nebraska, 10 miles away, or 200. There's only one place to go for all your Harley-Davidson parts and service, general merchandise, new and used motorcycles. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click langfelddoors.com. That's langfelddoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loan coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beers.
Center. Each week, Ralph Club biggest contributor. Yeah,
I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer Friday.
Got it right here. It is a One Beer Friday live at Lucky Bucket in La Vista. Dan came over, gave us a poster for the Wall of Random.
I love this. The Wall of Random, we didn't really know what it was going to become. And now we have listeners bringing in things for the Wall of Random.
I made a really cool graphic that everybody made me take down.
What was the one that Nick made?
When I was right, basically, about the
you weren't right about anything.
I was off by 8 points.
Yeah.
It is time for a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Are we starting with the shot?
Yeah, don't you usually do the shot and then a swig of beer? Isn't that how it works?
I
How does it work,
beer.
Nick? You're the young.
Take a shot, and then have the beer as the chaser.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
So the shot is their American single malt whiskey small batch.
That smells great.
Which is
crafted, John.
Which is filtered with water from the Nebraska Sandhills.
Oh, that's Western Nebraska.
Remember, we were talking about locally made? Well, and
love
it's charred in
supporting
American oak barrels for an exceptional finish. So here we are. Salute and enjoy a great weekend.
Woo! That is really good.
It's good, but he said hi as I was taking my shot.
Nice
and
excuse, John. Nice excuse, John.
That's the small batch, the single. Yeah, the small batch.
That was good.
That was
it
really
did.
good.
John, now I need to wash it down.
John, your reaction was hysterical.
Well, he was talking to me, and it hit me. I'm not usually a whiskey guy, so
yeah.
That was delicious.
That was yum.
As
hit
a
me a
whiskey
little different.
guy,
Very
good.
Yes, as the matures in the group.
Oh,
Sorry,
get outta
Josh and I
here.
are the adults in the room.
You're
ADOLT.
Did anybody have a Happy Meal for John? Maybe some nuggets.
ADOLT.
Make sure it has the honey mustard.
Toy, maybe.
Adult. Troy wonders if Nick is calling in his Nebraska football prediction. No, Nick
right
is
here. Hi.
Nick is here. He just doesn't see you on camera.
Nick didn't have a great weekend prediction, so I think that the bowing down of Nick needs to maybe cease. Did you see, Nick, the new standings in predictions? Did you see the new standings?
Yeah, finally, Mr. Losing Streak over here finally had a good week.
I wanted to give you guys a chance over the last
What are you talking?
So the thing is,
few years.
few months.
I don't think you've won a round in like 2 years.
Yeah, I've won more than you.
Now, I wanted you to feel better about yourself.
Oh, thank you.
I know
I'll
that
pass
Gen
you
Z
again.
struggles with how they view themselves and how people view them. I was helping out Gen Z. Now it's my time to shine. I went 12-4 last weekend. The beginning of domination. Speaking of domination, could tomorrow be domination for Nebraska?
Well, it is time to look at some trends as we get ready for Nebraska Northwestern tomorrow. It's the renewal of this rivalry, 17th matchup all time. Nebraska leads 9-7. It is tied 6-6 since Nebraska joined the Big Ten Conference.
The number of the beast would be one more 6.
Yes, it would. First meeting all the way back in 1902.
Wow.
Which predates Memorial Stadium. Now, Wildcats have won 4 out of the last 6, including 2 overtime wins and last year's debacle in Dublin.
Yeah.
Nebraska is 5-8 against the spread versus Northwestern and has been favored in 11 of the 13 meetings since the 2000 Alamo Bowl. So we're going back to the 2000 Alamo Bowl. Of course, Nebraska dominated that game. Since then, Nebraska 5-8 against the number against Northwestern. Nebraska, of course, is a double-digit favorite. Nebraska is just 2-2 versus Northwestern straight up.
Yeah.
As a double-digit favorite. The wins came in the Alamo Bowl and 2 years ago when Nebraska smoked Northwestern in Memorial Stadium. Those are also the 2 largest margins of victory over the Wildcats in the last 23 years. The losses that came as double-digit favorites was 2011, first matchup in the conference. That was the Kane-Coulter game.
Ugh, gross.
They drove the ball, 15, 16-play drive, all on the ground to clinch it. And last year's game, Nebraska was a 12.5-point favorite. Those are the losses.
God, I always forget that they were such huge favorites in last year's game. Honestly, man, year one of the Big Ten for Nebraska was just the beginning of this matchup usually being close. There are a couple that are not. There's, of course, the 2021 game when Nebraska bludgeons them. In 2016, Nebraska won by double digits. I was actually in attendance in that game in Evanston. Really wasn't that impressive of a game. Nebraska left some points on the field. They had a couple of turnovers within, if I remember, like the 2-yard line in that game. But for the most part, you go back to year one of Nebraska in the Big Ten, you're going to find some tough games, some tough losses down to the wire for either side. And you mentioned it, 2 overtimes. And by the way, Nebraska scores 0 points in each of those overtimes.
Both teams are coming off of an idle week. Off the idle week, Nebraska's just 2-8 in the last 10 seasons coming off an idle week. The wins came both against Indiana last year and 2016 when they won. Mike Riley's team won at Indiana. Nebraska coming off the idle week, 3-7 against the number. Northwestern is a little bit better. They're 4-6 overall coming off an idle week. They're 6-4 against the number. Here's the interesting trend. The over has hit in 7 of the 10 Northwestern games since 2012, coming off an idle week. The Cats are also 7-3 in their last 10 games coming off the idle. Nebraska and Northwestern have met once in the last 10 years when Nebraska was coming off their idle week, and that was the game in COVID year when Northwestern won 21-13 in Evanston.
The only reason they were off of a off week was because of COVID, because Wisconsin, that game had to get canceled, and that was as Northwestern was on their way towards an undefeated start, climbing into the top 10. Ultimately, they went to the Big Ten championship game, and it happened that season.
All right, point spread trends. Nebraska's 3-3 against the spread this season. The under has hit 4 out of the 6 times. Nebraska has covered once at home this season. That was Northern Illinois, 11.5-point favorite, similar to this weekend. Nebraska since the start of 2021 is 15-15 ATS. They are 13-17 against the spread at home in their last 30 games in Lincoln. The under has hit 18 times.
Real quick before you get to the next paragraph, essentially, that says to me there are like no trends. 15-15, all right, literally 500. 13-17 at home. Essentially, not really a whole lot to like there. 18 of 30 unders. I mean, I guess that's a slight lean on the under, but it's just kind of been back and forth, back and forth.
Well, here's the trend, and it's the month of October, and it has been a bad one to Nebraska. The Huskers overall in Memorial Stadium in the month of October, just 14-16. All of those years in the Big 8 and Big 12. Nebraska swept the month of October because that was usually the month you played Kansas or Oklahoma State or Kansas State or Iowa State, and you clocked them. Well, hasn't been that way. The month of October has been a bad one for several years. Nebraska's ATS record in Memorial Stadium in October, going back to 2005, is just 9-21.
Gross.
Against the number. Nebraska's lost 4 of their last 6 October home games outright. And here's the scary part. As a home favorite of 10 or more points in the month of October, Nebraska has covered only 1 of their last 10, that one being the win over Northwestern. So a double-digit favorite in October, bet the underdog.
Interesting.
According to the trend.
And they lose a lot of games as favorites. It's been a bad month, and it's why October is why nothing has mattered in November, because they lose the games in October.
Finally, about Northwestern. This season, they're 2-4 against the spread. The over is hit 4 out of 6 times. They have failed to win or cover in either of their 2 road games this year. They played at Duke and at Rutgers. The Wildcats are just 10-20 against the spread in their last 30 games with an even 15-15 record on the total. So no really trend there, but Northwestern has not been good in their last 30 games, just 10-20 against the spread. Here's the interesting part. Northwestern has lost 11 straight as a road underdog, and 14 of their last 15, the only win coming at Illinois as a 6-point underdog in 2019. That has literally been a script flip from where Pat Fitzgerald's teams went, an amazing 12-3 straight up as a road dog from 2014 to 2018. And even in the 3 games they lost, they covered the spread twice. So when Pat Fitzgerald had that really good run.
I was going to say, John, that was when they were at their most consistent. The last few years, they have been riding a roller coaster. 14 to 18, that culminated in a trip to the Big Ten championship game. But throughout that time, they were often going to bowl games. They were a really tough out. And that's why the whole coach boyfriend moniker got going for Jack Mitchell.
Right.
Because it was actually tough back then for a lot of teams in the conference to play the Wildcats.
Wildcats is a double-digit road underdog. They have lost all 10. They're 4-6 against the spread. The last win that Northwestern had in this spot as a double-digit road dog was Iowa, November 2018. They won 14-10. So there's some trends. Use them at your will. We've also tweeted out those on our social media at USC1620 on Twitter if you would like to have more information on the betting trends for this game.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to our key party in the next segment. But before we do that, we are at the midseason point.
Yes, we are.
I'm trying to remember back because, well, they weren't great predictions. But we did have our predictions for who would win the conferences and who would go to the college football playoff.
I have all of this. Well, I have my stuff in front of me. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got the screenshots.
Okay.
I don't have them. I don't have the graphic for the website or for the stream, but I do have the screenshots. Let's go back to our conference picks first.
So this is August. We did this on August 30th.
Yep. I had Michigan and Iowa. You had Michigan and Wisconsin. It's looking pretty good for me right now.
You are certainly in the pole position right now. Don't say it, Nick.
Big fans of cheaters.
Well, because they're good.
It's Michigan.
Go Hawks.
We both had Washington winning the Pac-12. I had Washington over or Utah. You had Washington over SC.
I think we actually will both be wrong about the second team. It's probably going to be Oregon.
And Oregon.
And we both missed badly on the Big 12. We both undersold Oklahoma. We both had Texas winning the league over Texas Tech. Texas Tech is 3-4.
Texas Tech stinks. We could be right about Texas. It's just if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it in a rematch versus Oklahoma. Yeah, we were way wrong. Wrong on back? Oklahoma. Yes.
In the SEC, I had Alabama over Georgia. You had LSU over Georgia.
Yeah, look, your championship game is probably going to be the one that happens. I mean, there's still a world. Hey, I hope Penn State wins tomorrow. There's still a world where Bama wins the SEC. They're certainly going to make it. And I guess there's a world where Georgia loses. I'd be surprised. I guess both of our scenarios are still on the table. LSU could win. They just have to win out. Their defense would have to play monumentally better. But, I don't think that either of us are feeling pretty good about that one right now.
And in the ACC, we both had Florida State over Clemson.
Yeah, I would want a mulligan on Clemson, certainly. I don't know who I'd
probably
really
be North Carolina.
I guess, North Carolina. They're undefeated. They're in the top 10. Yeah, I'd want them. I still like Florida State pick, though.
Our
CFP,
our college football playoff, I had Georgia beating Michigan.
Yeah.
Which is still possible.
So that was, a 1-4?
And you had Michigan beating Washington.
Yep, that was one of them. And I also had LSU over Texas.
Yeah.
What was the other one you had?
And I had Ohio State over Alabama, and I had Ohio State winning the national championship over Georgia.
How do you feel about that? All of our bits aside, how do you feel about Ohio State right now?
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great. Mathematically, all of mine is still out there, but
mine is not.
I don't feel great about Ohio State.
Yeah, I had LSU over Texas. I had Michigan over Washington. I had LSU over Michigan. I have redone it. I have redone my playoff as of today. And it's funny, man. I think it's actually really hard to figure out the four. We are halfway through the season. I still like Michigan to win the conference. I actually think Michigan is on their way towards being a 1 seed. I think when the playoff standings come out, I guess by that point in time, Michigan will still have played nobody, but Georgia might have also played nobody. I think you can make an argument, John, that the winner of tomorrow morning's game between Penn State and Ohio State might be the number 1 overall team when the standings come out in, I guess it depends on when they come out, but if they come out before Michigan plays Penn State, you could make an argument that that team will be the number 1 team. You could also make an argument that Washington could be the number 1 overall seed, given how tough their schedule is. But I think Michigan is going to climb to the 1 seed, and I think Washington's still going to get in. And I certainly now am going to go Georgia, and I guess I'm going to put Florida State in, but I don't really feel great about it. I just don't.
I wish I could. I just don't comfortable right now. The team I'm most confident getting into the playoff right now.
Yeah, who is it?
It's still Georgia, but would it surprise me if Alabama stung them?
No,
it would
definitely not.
Michigan would be a close second.
Yes, same.
Florida State would be in there.
Yeah.
I'd like to put Oklahoma in there, but I think they're going to lose the rematch with Texas.
I'd like to put Washington in there, but their schedule is brutal.
The schedule is brutal. I really believe this is going to be the year we're going to have some controversy, that we're going to have multiple one-loss teams that will have a legitimate claim to being in that won't get in. That's why I asked the question of Ralph Russo earlier, which conference do you feel gets left out? And there's a part of me that wants to say the ACC because there'll be a perception that they're not that good. But if Florida State goes undefeated, they're going to get in.
Yeah.
But does an undefeated North Carolina beat out a one-loss Georgia if Georgia's got a loss?
Man, what a question.
Or a one-loss Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a chance the SEC gets left out.
There is.
There's a chance. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
It would take some wild. It would take some wild and crazy stuff, but there is definitely a chance that something like that were to happen. And you know what? The feeling that I have now as we have kind of put this conversation together is that this season actually is wide open. And this is not bluster. This is not wish casting. This is not hoping. This is a wide open season. If Alabama makes it into the playoff more than at any point in the last decade, feel like other conferences should feel like this is their chance to win it all. If Michigan played Alabama this year, if Florida State played Alabama this year, heck, if Washington played Alabama this year, they should go into that game with a belief that this is the year that they can do it. And maybe even Georgia, because Georgia has looked not great at times. And I know that on paper, those two teams have way more talent. But what they don't have, at least compared to a Washington, is the quarterback situation. What they don't have compared to a Michigan maybe is just the complete nature of that program. Even Ohio State to a degree. So, yeah, I think doing this exercise just reminded me, like, everything we hope this season could be, maybe it hasn't reached those levels of, like, 2007 bonkersness, but it is open. And as we get into November in a couple of weeks, 12 days from now, I think it will continue to be a very open scenario.
If I had to pick 4 teams right now, I would go some combination. I'm not going to say them in order.
Yeah.
Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, and
you going to the Pac-12 school? Going with the Big 12 school?
See, again, it's tough. I want to say Washington or Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But I can't be confident that Washington will get there. Because if Oklahoma's undefeated, then Oklahoma's getting.
Yeah, they're in easily.
But if it comes down to one loss,
then it's resume stuff.
And the
Pac-12 will win on resume because the Pac-12 is way deeper.
How awesome would this be? Be sad for you Texas lovers out there if Washington with one loss got in over Texas.
Oh, that'd be great. Sign me up. I want to watch Michael Penix play some playoff football. Penix. Yeah, not Penix.
I guess for now I'll say Washington.
Yeah,
I don't feel comfortable.
I'll go Michigan, Washington, Georgia, Florida State. I, too, do not feel comfortable because I just left out a Big 12 champion.
Yeah.
I left out a Big 12 champion. And Ralph said it earlier, man. Texas has in their back pocket, they have Bama. They have Alabama as a win. And so if Alabama gets into the mix late in the year and Texas also is in the mix late in the year, what if it came down to those two schools?
Yeah.
Texas would get in and Alabama would be the one that's left out.
Is Texas back?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
They lost to Oklahoma. They're not back.
Wow.
John loves defending Oklahoma a lot for somebody
I like
who
Oklahoma.
swore
Oh,
on the
I
air
hated
about
them.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, I liked it when a guy broke his arm or leg or whatever it was.
I like
hit
Oklahoma.
the don't button
Go
because of you
Sooners.
in Oklahoma.
No. Oh, you.
Go Oklahoma.
See, she said boomer.
No, she's just
Yeah,
just talking to John.
Oh, she's describing his age.
No,
Okay, boomer.
I'm OU, man.
I
Go
know you are.
Sooners.
You've always liked them.
Go Sooners. Anybody but Texas. All right, coming up.
We're like the Laters, am I right?
Coming up, it's key party time.
Oh, yeah.
Keys to the Nebraska Northwestern game and our predictions. By the way, it is still 1-0 Houston, end of 4.
1-0.
1-0 Houston, end of 4.
Is that a pitcher's duel, John?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
It would be
Let's
a
get
pitcher's
some
duel.
hits.
We'll be back with our key party next, live from Lucky Bucket. We are just south of 120th and Giles. I think they're getting ready for a little soiree tonight. They're in the party
look at all
room.
the flowers.
They got the
Oh.
flowers inside the beer bottles,
Go
and I
help
just
them
saw
decorate.
them.
I'm not an interior
bring
designer.
some food in now. They'll be open until 6.
Yeah.
Here for us, and then I believe they're doing something for their investors.
Nice.
A private thing.
A private party.
I liked her. I liked that she called John a boomer. That was funny.
That was really funny.
She was saying OU, Boomer Sooner.
She said, "Hey, boomer."
Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here from my friends at Union Omaha. Again, we are so close by to Warner Park and their next match. Well, it'll be in the postseason, and it comes 1 week from tomorrow, 4:30 in the afternoon at Warner Park. Union Omaha, the regular season champs, once again, the first team to do it twice. They won all of USL League One back a couple of years ago in 2021. They are looking to do it again. And, of course, they need your support at Warner Park. They enter the postseason on a 14-match winning streak. They enter the postseason tied for the most wins in a single season, most points per match in a single season, most goals per match in a single season. We're talking about a team that really put it together at the end of the year, and the playoffs are going to be absolutely awesome. Whether you are new to the sport, whether you are a casual soccer fan, or whether you are a diehard, you'll have an awesome experience at Warner Park. You and the significant other for a date night, you and some friends, or the entire family. Heck, you can go there solo as well. You'll have a fun experience. The box office is open weekdays until 5 o'clock, but you can buy the tickets all the time on their website, unionomaha.com. Do that today. Get to the postseason in 8 days. It's unionomaha.com.
Previously on The Crossover.
Now the question is, who's beating them? They play the Eagles in Philly.
See, I think the Eagles could win.
It's not going to be the game you'd expect. They'll lose to like the
Well,
Vikings
this week they play the Browns and the weather's supposed to be bad. Like, how funny would it be after last week we were like, the Bills are back, and then the Bills lost?
Yeah.
Well, like, Niners are the best team ever, and then they lose like 10-6.
that was such a classic Bills.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Haarberg Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast will include clear skies along with comfortable conditions. After sunset, temperatures will be cooling into the upper 50s. For tonight, I'm tracking a morning low of 48 degrees. Waking up with a lot of sunshine for your Saturday. By the afternoon, breezy at times with afternoon highs approaching the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, the crash with injuries still causing delays on southbound 72nd at Pine Street. Also got a stall blocking the right shoulder on eastbound I-80 at 84th. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back to 680. Stop-and-go traffic on southbound 84th between Center and L Street. And then if you're west on I-80, delays start at 84th going to Giles, and delays on 680 for both directions between Pacific and I-80. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $951 million, which has helped to provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It makes me uncomfortable. It's so weird.
The 1620, The Zone.
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
Time for our keys to the game. Key party. Live from Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike in La Vista. Thanks to everyone for making us welcome here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's been a lot of fun. I'll start this week.
Yeah, you always make me go first in the key
Well,
party.
mine are kind of boring.
Oh, best for last, Josh. Thank you, Nick.
Mine are kind of boring because
Oh, geez, these
pretty
have
simple.
There's nothing witty about your titles.
Nobody wants
Nope.
to go to a boring key party.
Boomer party.
Take care of the ball.
Solid take.
It
Where's
goes
the fun
without
title?
saying Nebraska's not good enough to beat anybody if they give away possessions, though. It is funny. In this series, one of the rare losses that Nebraska suffered when they won the turnover margin was the 2011 matchup against Northwestern. Nebraska has won games when they have lost the turnover margin, and they've lost games when they've won the turnover margin in this series. But that's history. The truth of the matter is this team is not good enough to win if they're giving away possessions. And in my opinion, it's the only way Northwestern can win this game.
I would agree.
Northwestern has to get extra possessions from Nebraska in order to win this game. So take care of the ball, first thing. Number 2, remember the snap count. It was inexcusable how many times Nebraska jumped off sides on offense when they knew the count. Stop telling me about, what was the word they were using?
Stem.
Yeah.
Stem.
I've never heard anyone use the word stem as a snap count. So, no, that's all BS. You need to work out these issues. Because if they continue to show up this week, that reflects on coaching.
Yeah.
It no longer reflects on the players. It reflects on coaching. They had better drilled the living crap out of that this week and last week to say, nah, we know what the snap count is. Nebraska, just like they can't afford to give up possessions, they can't afford to give up cheap yards. Nothing cheaper than giving up 5 yards because you don't know your own snap count and you're getting too anxious. You should be better than this team. You shouldn't be jumping the gun. Number 3 is win first down. You know, for as average as Northwestern has been on offense this below average, actually. Northwestern has been on offense this season. The Wildcats have been pretty good on third down. They've converted almost 46% of their third downs. So they're top 35 in the nation. And defensively, Nebraska is still kind of suffering a bit in giving up 40% on third down. In other words, teams are converting third downs into first downs 40% of the time, which is mid-pack in the country, which is also tied with Northwestern. The Wildcats, if they're going to be successful, have to stay ahead of the chains. If they're going to convert their third downs, it has to be third and short. If they're facing a lot of third and longs, they're not going to hit that 46%. And first down's really going to be important, especially if Ben Bryant, their regular starting quarterback, does not play. Because if Northwestern gets into obvious passing situations, as we'll talk about in a minute, look out. So I think the key to this game for Nebraska, first down. Put Northwestern in obvious passing situations, because then you can heat them up. That's key number 4. Northwestern has allowed 22 sacks in 6 games. They've averaged 33 pass attempts per game. They have to throw the ball to move it. They average barely over 3 yards a carry on offense. Here's a moment for the front 7 to get after the quarterback, create negative plays, and who knows, maybe get a turnover or 2. We're going to have a prop coming up in predictions regarding sacks. I think this is a game where Nebraska can get some of those sacks. And the folks will be enjoying their buy one, get one free Big Macs this week. So heat them up. And then final key, plus territory equals plus points. Nebraska has failed to score on 45% of drives that cross midfield. That's one of the worst rates in the Power 5. And 2 weeks ago was a classic example of Nebraska failing to score in plus territory. Thank God Nebraska's defense came to play. Thank God Illinois' offense was bad, because the scoring opportunities that were given up last week in the second half in plus territory was bad. Nebraska is not going to be able to survive too many more games doing what they did 2 weeks ago. So when you cross midfield, find a way to get points. And I know that the analytics nerds, they push those little glasses up their nose and say,
Nick,
oh, I don't like field goals.
Sorry
Field goals
for
are
having
bad.
glasses, I guess.
No. Field goals are good.
They're kind of mid.
Get points.
Go for it.
If you get the ball past the 50, get points one way or another. If you get into plus territory equals plus points.
Or always just go for it.
No, because if you do, you're going to fail, and then the other team's going to get the ball, and it's bad times.
You won't fail if you're good, John.
Yeah, believe in them, John.
Well, guess what? They're not that good on offense.
What? They're not.
No, they're not.
All right. I like your keys.
Are we going to the fun key party now?
Sorry, we're leaving the Boomer key party, and we're going to the key party for me.
Hey.
The millennial key party. No Zoomers allowed.
Oh.
John, your third one, real quick. Your third one was titled Win First Down. So my first one is titled Chris Berman Voice. And I'm not talking about the Chris Berman voice where he talks. I'm talking about tick, 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 tick. Remember tick, 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 tick,
Yep.
tick?
Tick, 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 tick.
Northwestern's
tick, tick,
defense
tick, tick, tick.
has been on the field a lot this season. They are currently 124th in the entire country in terms of time of possession. Given that Nebraska's offense hasn't really lit up the scoreboard, and I feel like I'm being kind there, why not lean into that stat a bit and keep them off of the field with some long scoring drives? And I was thinking about that as you got to your third key of getting first downs, or in the case of Northwestern, making sure that they do not get third down conversions. Northwestern has given up an average of 34 points per game against P5 opponents. I'm certainly not going to call for that tomorrow, but I am going to call for long possessions. And a bonus part will be finishing the drives. And in all seriousness, I'm with you, man. It's okay to settle for field goals in this one, because that should be enough. The next key, say no to Halloween candy. And I know Nick says, but it's spooky season.
It is spooky
and
season.
I don't have to dust. Look, I love a candy bar as much as the next guy. I love a specific candy bar as much as the next guy.
Reese's?
We're saying no to the Butterfingers. You got to turn the Butterfingers down.
But I
Nebraska.
love Butterfinger.
So
No
does
one's gonna lay
Nebraska.
a finger
So
on
does
mine.
Nebraska football, John. Nebraska is tied for the most in the country in fumbles. They have 16. They have lost 7 of those fumbles, which is not the worst in the country, but it's pretty darn close to it. Illinois went from a blowout victory on the road on a Friday night to a insanely stressful finish for some because of the fumbles that they had late in that game. Hold on to the football, and A, you're going to get the win. I'll feel very comfortable saying that. And B, perhaps that you will feel better about the various position rooms with question marks right now, a.k.a. the running back position. Save the Butterfingers for Halloween. Tomorrow's the 21st. It's not the 31st. Don't forget about that. Third key, white people dancing at a wedding.
Whoa, racist!
No, I'm white, John. I'm allowed to say that. That's what you want Northwestern to look like. You don't want them in any sort of rhythm when they are on offense. For all of the issues with the Wildcats.
It's a little problematic.
No, it's not.
This is a very problematic key.
No, it's a normal key.
I see many white people in here, and I bet some of them can dance.
I bet none of them can dance because they're white. Back to the
Wow.
keys. Back to the keys. Wildcats have a ton of issues this year. They have plenty of issues. They're surprisingly, though, adept, John, at extending drives. In the Big Ten, only Michigan, Penn State, and Maryland are better at them on third downs. You were talking about third downs earlier. Overall, they are 31st in the country at converting on the money down. So you want to watch a game go from, oh, this should be a W, a nice comfortable win, to, oh my God, why is this happening? Why in the world do I have to call into bigger overreaction and be angry? And you and I saying, oh, thank the Lord in heavens that we are not on overreaction tonight. This would be the reason why. Those dumb third down conversions, allow them to convert on third downs and see what happens. You want this to be a white person wedding. Fourth key, pretend it's November. This key is for someone in particular, John. Talking about Tristan Alvano. Remember, is there an owl in here? Remember last year, people forget, November of 2022, he lined up in that stadium and he kicked a field goal. Westside won.
Yeah.
Now this year they're just bludgeoning everybody.
Yeah.
They don't need a kicker this year because they're winning 49-0 every single weekend. In a game where the offenses rank 108th, Northwestern, and 122nd, Nebraska, in scoring per game, he might be relied upon. Again, I think back to your key from a few minutes ago. The red zone, Nebraska near the bottom of the country in red zone scoring as well. Would 6 be optimal? Yes. But for the sake of going for it on fourth down, no. Kick the field goal, settle for 3. It would be okay. Maybe, John, he could do the Waterboy trick. Remember in Waterboy, the 1997, I believe, movie with Adam Sandler?
That's when I was born.
When, God.
Jeez.
Remember when he would, there was the scene, water sucks. It really, and he was really good. Tristan Alvano should look at the north end zone and see no fans in the stand because it was a state championship, and in high school football, the fans are on the east and the west sides. Pretend it's the state championship. Pretend it's November, knocking those field goals. And finally, Kelly Slater. Nick, you know who Kelly Slater is, right?
Yeah, Saved by the Bell.
No.
That's Kelly Kapowski.
Wow. That's a dip. One's a guy, one's a girl.
You know what, though? I thought the exact same thing. I had to look up this person.
Because I got AC Slater, Kelly Kapowski.
Kelly Slater, Nick, is a surfer. I figured you're into the goofy-ass sports. I figured you would know who he is.
I don't watch surfing.
Kelly Slater is a very famous surfer.
So is Greg Brady.
Did he die?
Greg Brady?
Greg Brady, yeah.
Oh,
he had
the Brady
he had the
Bunch?
little tiki idol, and it was bad
the
luck.
Brady Bunch movie?
Yeah, I never saw that.
We should do
Well,
that.
the
for Movie
original
Club.
Brady Bunch
Okay.
show.
No, back to my key, please.
Another famous surfer was Spicoli, Sean Penn's character.
Yeah.
In Fast Times.
Very famous nude scene in that movie, John.
Yes, it was.
Also from that movie Soul Surfer.
Keep riding the wave. I've been impressed at the bounce-back nature that this program has showed in some of the early parts of this season. They were 0-2. There was an early turnover versus Northern Illinois. The defense holds Northern Illinois to a field goal. What an answer by the defense. They're 2-3. Horrific loss. Illinois drives 74.5 yards. They stop them on third down. They stop them again on fourth down. They drive down. They actually get a field goal. Everything changes. They responded to the bad wave. A good wave, John, has arrived. A wave that you dream of when you're out hanging 10, brah, and you're like, it's time to surf. Nebraska needs to ride this good wave. I know Matt Rule's not going to look ahead. I will do it for him, though, because this is a huge opportunity for this program. Lean into this. Enjoy this. This fan base, I think, finally this year in a home game wants to have fun. There was a ball of stress for the first game. I don't think there was any excitement for the second game at home, and no one cared about the Michigan game.
They're going to have fun for the Northwestern game?
Yes, because they could go above 500. People are saying,
"Oh,
hey,
I know why they're going to
brah.
have fun because they can finally show up in their Creighton blue because it's the blue
they're
the
wearing,
jerseys."
yeah, they should have worn the blue jerseys.
Sure.
Kelly Slater, ride the wave. Many are saying this is the best key of all time. Levi in Colorado. Maybe Mark Davis dancing is less problematic. Should I brought up Mark Davis?
You probably should have. Yeah,
I've been to many white weddings. The dancing is atrocious.
You could have just made a Billy Idol reference. It's a nice day for a white wedding.
Yeah, I remember that song. It's from the 80s, John.
That song's about cocaine, John.
Oh,
I had no idea.
Key party.
Key party indeed.
What a fun key party.
Thank you, Nick.
I'm glad I could join this key party with you guys.
Key party.
Well, you could have joined us last week if you wanted to, or any other week.
Jordan says
You
the
have a
irony of the
microphone.
toy
We didn't do a
keys
key
on
party
the
last
YouTube graphic for the key party segment is funny to me.
We didn't do key party last
Funny
week,
to
John.
me too,
Well,
man.
it's because we had a bye week. An idle week.
Exactly.
But the previous keys you could have.
I didn't know I could make my own keys.
I don't know if we want Nick's keys, John.
No, you're just opining on the keys. You don't have your own keys. I don't ask you for your own keys because you're a busy guy.
He's
setting
busy.
up remotes, recording all of the Matt Rule audio.
Adam says the water boy is almost 30 years old.
Jeez.
I'm almost 30 years old.
Good.
Like
God.
4 years.
Thank God, Nick. Welcome to your 30s. You're
By the way,
turning
what does
30.
it say that when you said Kelly Slater, that was the first thing I thought of.
Okay,
was
so
Kelly
it wasn't
Kapowski.
just me.
No.
I'm stunned. How
It's
do
hard-
you not know?
It's
Kelly
hard
Slater
not
is?
to
I
think
don't know.
about-
I don't know any surfers are, but I definitely know who Tiffany Amber Thiessen is.
It's hard to not think about Kelly Kapowski.
Hey, Ted
Damn
Rock.
right.
It's really hard not to.
Very hard. Though she was better as Valerie Malone.
Is that 90210?
She grew up a little as Valerie Malone.
Is that
Did
90210?
She grew up a little
John,
as
people
Valerie
are watching us.
People my dad's age love 90210.
Because of women wearing
Probably
scantily
because
clad
of Kelly
clothing.
Kapowski.
She was Valerie Malone.
I never watched 90210. I have no
never did
desire.
We always had fun because that was on, I think, Thursday nights, and that was $5 nights at Spaghetti Works. So we'd go to Spaghetti Works, we'd eat all this damn spaghetti and the salad bar, and then we'd come home and watch 90210.
Classic 90s.
That's an amazing night.
It is.
That's so good.
Classic
It is.
90s.
The spaghetti is awesome.
Folks, we love pasta.
Why
don't we?
can't Spaghetti Works come back to Lincoln? That's what I want to know.
Shout out to Pasta.
You don't have a Spaghetti Works?
No, they closed it.
R.I.P.
I don't know why.
Or like Spaghetti Not Works in Lincoln.
It didn't. All right, when we come back, what do all these keys mean? Do they mean we're picking a Nebraska win? A Nebraska cover?
A Nebraska loss?
Nick.
Wow.
By the way, it's 1-1 now.
Yes, I just saw. It's 1-1 in the fifth. Houston versus Texas.
Key party.
16:20, the Zone live from Lucky Bucket. Back after this.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Follow your imagination to the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. Bring the whole gang and explore for treasure on the pirate shipwreck. See how the West was fun. Pretend you're a superhero as you jump on giant bounce pads. Maybe reserve your own campfire rental where you can roast marshmallows and tell stories. It's all up to you. And of course, go on a hayride and grab your own pumpkin. Priced by the size, not the pound. Follow your imagination at the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. 48th between Cornhusker and Highway 370. More info at BellevueBerryFarm.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Final weekend, announcing the 42 Degrees Botanical Bonanza. We're planting all kinds of low prices all over the store at every location. Save up to 50% on Delta, CBD, and Kratom. You heard right, up to 50% on all our CBD, Kratom, and Delta 8 products. Get to 42degrees.com. Then stop by and talk to the most knowledgeable, friendly, and professional staff. It's a Botanical Bonanza at your source for all your premium Kratom, Delta 8, and CBD. By your mom's house.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Attention migratory bird hunters, it's time to get HIP, your new harvest information program number, that is. It's required by law and is done through the permit system on the Game and Parks website at outdoornebraska.gov. That's outdoornebraska.gov. I wish you a safe hunting season. Say it's the time of year to catch big fish in Nebraska. Zzz. and go visit a state parkland. This time of year, larger game fish are putting on the fat reserves for the upcoming cold weather season, and they're more apt to be caught. And Nebraska's 76 area state parklands, the grounds to those remain open for all kinds of outdoor recreation, including camping. So come see us. That'll wrap it up for now. Thank you for listening. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
All right, this week in predictions, Josh finally had a good week.
Finally, you're ahead by 2 points.
And we have a very close race through roughly the midway point, because this actually takes us through the end of the Nebraska regular season. Before we get to the football, will either of the league championship series be done by noon on Monday?
So just to lay it all out for everybody, what that means. They know what it means, but the ALCS, a team is going to be up 3-2 in a few hours.
Yes.
That game 6 will be Sunday.
Yes.
So if we say no to that one, it means we're going to game 7 on Monday. The other one, the Phils would have to finish the job, right? Because game 4 will be tonight and game 5 will be tomorrow, but they will not play on Sunday.
Yeah, the Phils could. I mean, if the Phils finish in 5, then yes, it would be done by Monday.
My answer, yes. And it's the Phillies that are the ones who get it done. The other one's going 7.
Yes, it seems obvious, right? The way all of these teams are playing.
Maybe.
It feels obvious.
I think it's obvious.
Yeah, I think that at least one of them will be done by Monday. All right, Penn State and Ohio State. We broke this game down earlier. You can check it out in the radio replay section. Penn State plus 5.5 at the Buckeyes.
Nick?
Well, give me Penn State.
To win?
Yes.
Ooh. John?
This is tough.
It is, man. It's brutal.
I almost wish we just did the total on this one because I feel pretty comfortable that it's going to be the
under.
Bet
the
under. I'm going to – God. I'm going to – I am really struggling with this.
You want me to give my answer?
I'm going to take Penn State to cover, Ohio State to win.
So Mike Schaefer does not like it when I divulge his text messages on the air, but I think he'll be okay with this one. So I asked him this morning. I said, do you think Penn State finally gets it done? And he said yes, which means they'll lose in harrowing fashion. And I felt that was an apt way to describe what will unfold tomorrow. I am with you. I think Penn State is going to cover. I think Penn State is going to lose in harrowing fashion. I hope that I'm wrong. I want to see Penn State get the dub. I think that would be really, really interesting. But I think Ohio State's going to pull it out again, and then Ryan Day's going to be like, where's Lou Holt? I want to beat his ass.
What's harrowing? What's a harrowing loss?
Harrowing, Nick, would be something bad happening to Penn State. Just something horrific. The official definition of harrowing is like
Morgan Wallen shows up, and then Ryan Day is like, let's go, and they just get an extra push.
It's acutely depressing. The example they give is a harrowing film about racism and violence.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so not great for Penn State if they lose in harrowing fashion.
Marvin Harrison receiving yards for Ohio State, over or under 85.5. I'm going to go with an under here.
Oh, man, I was hoping I could get a point there. I agree with you, John. That will be part of the harrowing nature of this loss.
I guess this is going to be a sweep then.
Wow, we are agreeing way too much.
SEC battle, Tennessee plus 8.5 at Alabama.
I
am kind of the same way on this game as I am the previous game. I think Alabama is going to win. I don't know if it's a late cover by them or a late cover by Tennessee, but I do like Tennessee to cover the spread. It's just a lot. It's two scores, so I'll take those points.
Vols get a backdoor cover.
I think that Tennessee will cover and win. Down with
Rocky
Sabre.
Top, baby. Let's go, Nick.
Rocky Top. Oh, Rocky Top.
Iowa, Minnesota total 30.5.
That's too. It's too what? Too few or too many?
That's too high. Give me the under.
Yeah, I'm with Nick. I think another under.
That's nothing like 10
13
to
6 final.
Okay,
or something
this
dumb.
is.
Are we agreeing again?
This is unprecedented.
Yeah, we've never agreed this many.
We have never agreed through 5 straight picks ever in the history of predictions.
No.
Well,
also, real quick, we're not picking the game. Who do you think wins?
Iowa.
Yeah, I do too.
yeah, no.
You know, PJ's never lost to Ferentz. Or he's never beaten Ferentz, excuse me. He's never beaten Iowa.
Iowa loves to accidentally win.
Mm-hmm. That's a great way to describe it.
Duke and Florida State, the Seminoles are giving 14.5 at home. I'm going Noles.
You know, you had that. Oh, Florida State. Yes, give me Florida State.
We agree again. What the hell?
I was going to make the comparison, but I'm like, no, that was the Gators because I was going to call them the Southern Huskers.
That's
but
Florida.
Different Florida.
Yep.
All right, well, let's see if we get any separation in the NFL.
Got it.
Lions, Ravens, Detroit, 3-point dogs at Baltimore.
A lot of people have been picking Baltimore this week because of the weather. I'm going to go with Detroit. Give me Detroit plus 3. I think they're going to win.
I'm all in on MCDC. Give me the Lions. The wrong team is favored.
John, do we finally disagree? Are you going to go with the Ravens just to break up this weird
Are you going to break Chance's heart?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
I don't want to, but I think the Lions will lose at some point. This is probably a spot in Baltimore. If the weather is rough, maybe Jared Goff struggles a bit.
Yeah.
I'll take a chance. I'll go with Baltimore.
Okay.
The Steelers and the Rams. Rams haven't beaten the Steelers in forever. Aaron Donald's hometown team Aaron Donald has never beaten his hometown team, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think he will continue to not beat them. Give me the Steelers.
All right. Well, we're definitely disagreeing there. John, I like your Rams in this one. I think your team is pretty good. The issue that I am worried about is the Steelers' defense. It's not the Steelers' offense, but I think the Rams can get it done and win by a touchdown.
The thing that scares me is that Kyron Williams is out,
folks.
And he had a great game rushing in the second half of last week. But I'm going with my boys. I'm going to take the Rams. And we're finally going to melt those steel beams.
Oh.
The Dolphins and the
up.
Eagles.
I don't like that you're making me do this.
This is the game of the week.
Picked his game.
This is the game of the week in the NFL.
I don't want to do any
Picking
bad
it makes you
juju.
feel nervous?
I don't want to put any bad
The
juju
game
on it.
itself doesn't make
I'm
you
a little
Then
self-conscious.
just pick against them like I do. Though I picked the Cowboys last week and I got a point.
Yeah, give me the Dolphins, obviously.
Okay, so let's go to some unbiased observers, though I hate the Eagles. John, how do you feel about this one?
I'm going Philly. I think this is kind of similar to the Buffalo game. I'm not saying it's going to end up in the same kind of a margin, but I think Philly playing at home in those beautiful Kelly green uniforms. I think the Dolphins.
My wife is going to enjoy that.
I think the Dolphins will.
My wife.
Dolphins are going to struggle a little bit, and the Eagles will find their mojo. EAGLES. Eagles.
No, John.
Coming into the week, I was leaning Philly. I entered today leaning Miami. I'm going to go with Miami. I could see the Dolphins actually losing by 2 points or fewer. I hope I'm wrong, Nick.
I hope you're wrong, too.
Chris is insanely pessimistic about this team right now. I hope that her pessimism is well-founded.
Me too.
Look, I watch an inordinate amount of Eagles games for someone who hates them because of her.
They're your hate watch team.
I do. I hate watch them. I hate read about them from The Athletic. They have a lot of issues. That said, here's the key for the game. Third downs. The Jets did a wondrous job on third downs against that Philly offense. If the Dolphins can do the same, look, I think the Dolphins are going to have some big-time plays in this game. Tyreek Hill.
If the Dolphins can do the same, it means they finally discovered that they can play defense, too.
Yeah, that's true. Give me the Dolphins. Yeah. Give me the Dolphins.
Nebraska volleyball and Wisconsin in the match of the century. Now, we're going to go winner and how many games it takes to get the point.
So
you've got to get them both.
You have to get them both.
You got to
either get 2 points or no points.
You can it's either 1 point or no points.
Oh, it's just for 1 point. That's right. You always do it so goofy. So you have to pick the right team.
You got to pick the right team.
And the right game.
I kind of thought everyone would pick Nebraska.
Oh, yeah, I guess I am. Nick, are you picking Nebraska?
Yeah.
Nebraska hasn't beaten them in 8 straight matches.
I think they're overcoming it. I think that they're going to reverse the curse. Nebraska in 5.
I agree. Nebraska in 5 in a thriller.
Same.
Jeez.
Boring.
Couldn't even get anyone to disagree there.
Nope.
Well, hey, speaking of things that are easily predictable.
Is it actually happening this weekend? Can we
confirm?
It is
yes,
this weekend.
The Formula One race is actually happening. And believe it or not. Now, it's not there now, but this morning, they actually had odds minus Max Verstappen.
He is minus. He's minus 185.
No. Minus as in they didn't even have it. They just said the race odds with him off the board.
Oh, okay.
He is minus 185. Think about it. There's 22 cars in a race?
20.
There's 20 cars in a race, and he's minus 185. They really should do a passing prop.
What a great sport, John.
Well, we're picking who finishes second because we know who's going to win because nobody else wins. Nick.
George Russell.
George Russell. He has the 5th best odds of winning the whole thing. I thought you were going to go with Logan Sargent.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God, no. I'll go with the Sir. He was knighted once. His name is Lewis. He owns something.
Part of the Broncos?
Part of the Broncos. So he's a perpetual loser.
And also the Travis Kelce and Mahomes own part of Alpine.
I don't know what that means, Nick, but I'm going with Lewis.
It's another team.
I'll go with Charles Leclerc, which is French for the clerk.
Who's actually Monegasque. He's from Monaco.
Well, but Monaco, isn't that a colony of the French?
Well, it's a city-state.
There you go.
It's its own thing.
I'll go with the clerk.
All right.
Finally, to some props for the game. Heinrich Haarberg rushing yards. Over under 59.5.
Under. I don't know if H is much of a runner.
What is it?
Heinrich Haarberg?
Nick, have you? I thought you watched Nebraska this year. I've complimented you to people saying Nick is watching them this year.
I don't this weekend.
He's done that 3 times this year.
Over.
Yeah, I'm with John on this. The only game he has not rushed that he started, that he has not rushed that many yards is the Michigan game. That game doesn't count because they cheated. He always hits the over.
And now this is if he just plays one play.
One play.
Does Jeff Sims play?
No, I'm not picking yes again. I keep saying yes, and I'm always wrong. Now he's going to play. He'll probably play a whole quarter. Give Audrey a whole quarter too, Audrey.
I think Jeff Sims will see at least one play.
Now you say it. Now you say yes. Screw you, John.
Which non-quarterback will carry the ball most for Nebraska? I'm not going to overthink this. It's Anthony Grant.
Is there a world? Is there a world where it is either Mr. Fleeks or Mr. Johnson?
There could be.
I'm going to go with Emmett Johnson.
But I'm not going to overthink
I'm going to get cute and go with Emmett Johnson.
I agree with you, John.
All right.
Fully
Anthony
agree
Grant.
with you.
Black shirt sacks. Josh originally sent this line at 2.5, but I wanted to make it interesting because Northwesterners average more than 3 sacks allowed and Nebraska's average more than 3 sacks given. So I'm going to set the line right at 3.
Push.
I knew you
Give
would
me
take
the push,
bait.
baby. We
I
love the
knew
push.
you would take the bait.
Folks,
over.
we love the push.
Over.
Give me the under.
All right. Well, someone's getting that point.
Nice.
And finally, the prediction on the game. Nebraska by 11.5. Total of 40.5. Who wins? And give me a score.
Nick, you are the one that everyone wants to hear from. You kick us off.
So I think it's safe to say that Northwestern is somehow better this season than we thought they would be, right?
Sure.
Yes. They've got the same record as Nebraska, right?
Right.
So I think that Northwestern is going to put up a bit of a fight, but not enough of one. 24-14 Nebraska.
So Nebraska wins, but Nebraska does not cover.
Yes.
I disagree with Nick on one of those, which I guess gives it away. I like Nebraska to get the dub. I like Nebraska to get the cover. I think that this will be their most comfortable conference win, I guess, since the Northwestern game a couple of seasons ago. Give me Nebraska 24-10. I think that their game control in this one is very, very solid, even though they only win the game by a couple of scores. So I'll go with Nebraska and an under.
Northwestern can't run.
No.
Northwestern passes, but their passing quarterback may not play. And even if he does, how effective will he be with an offensive line that can't protect? Nebraska's defense is going to dominate this day. Northwestern also struggles at stopping the run. That's the one thing Nebraska does do well. I think Nebraska wins this one comfortably. I'm going to go Huskers 28, Northwestern 7.
Whoa. All right.
And that's our predictions for tomorrow.
Can't wait to beat you next week, Josh.
Don't forget, we have Big Red Overreaction right after the game ends. Join Gary and Connor on 1620 The Zone, 1019 The Keg, the Zone app, zone.com, Zone TV, and enjoy all of the post-game festivities, and hopefully it is a happy post-game show. Back to wrap things up from Lucky Bucket right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the NFL season is in full swing. You got to get in on FanDuel, which is America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, and all you have to do is place a $5 bet. $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So if you like a spread for this weekend, a player prop, an anytime touchdown, overs, unders, anything else, or you could parlay them together, which is what I like to do, all that's available to you on the FanDuel Sportsbook. If you've been thinking about doing it, now is the time. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, now is the time. As always, the app, easy to use. And of course, there's all the betting options that I just told you about. So visit FanDuel.com/Happer and kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. If you're having a tough time or thinking about suicide, you're not alone, and there's hope. VA's Veterans Crisis Line has responders who listen and help. Many are veterans or have veteran family members and friends, so they're prepared to address your challenges. Don't wait. Dial 988, then press 1.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The I Missed You Tour.
Should we clap along? I'm going to play guitar a little bit for you.
Adam Sandler. Live. CHI Health Center, Omaha, December 5th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it. Sorry.
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct. Somewhere Santa's like, the 1620.
The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the unsportsmanlike conduct bet of the day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Folks, we had a great day yesterday. I had the Jags, Nick had the Jags, John had the Jags, and a Travis Etienne anytime touchdown. We all were winners. I got a 3-team underdog parlay in the NFL, all on the money line. Giants get the upset win. Lions get the upset win. Dolphins get the upset win. Plus 1054. Let's go.
Damn. Well, I'm going to take a more winnable one, and that is a 4-team college football favorites parlay of Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Nebraska, plus 168.
I'm going to take the same route as you, Josh, except I've only got 2 upsets in my 3-leg parlay. Give me the Colts, the Lions, and the Commanders, plus 860.
It's a bet of the day.
Iowa.
Thanks, everyone, here at Lucky Bucket and Cut Spike. What a wonderful time we had. Look forward to their big grand reopening next month, November the 17th. Woo! We will be back in studio on Monday.
Let's
Have
go.
a great weekend. Enjoy.
Bye.